Good afternoon. In compliance with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, I call to order a regular voting meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Austin Independent School District for Thursday, March 24, 2022 at 5:47 p.m. A quorum of the board, along with a limited number of our staff members, are physically present at AISD Central Office to conduct this meeting. In addition, some staff and guests may be joining us by video. Board meetings are open to the public based on space availability to ensure social distancing and the health and safety of our community and staff. Those in attendance this meeting is streaming live on AISD TV and Apple TV. It's also being broadcast on cable channel 22 through Spectrum, Grande, and on channel 99 through AT&T Uverse. Closed captioning in English is available on these platforms for individuals who are deaf or hard of hearing. To our audience tuning in remotely and here in person, welcome and thank you for joining us. I will just take a point of personal privilege as a former Webelow Scout to welcome Troop 5 and Troop 55, who are here from 50. Troop 5 and Troop 50 from the Boy Scouts who are here attending our school board meeting to earn the citizenship and community badge. So you might expect some questions from them, so welcome. We will now move to the approval of the agenda. Secretary Singh, do you have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Having a motion by Secretary Singh and a second by Trustee Anderson to approve the agenda, all those in favor, please raise your right hand. And the motion passes by all those on the dais. Secretary Singh, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance and the pledge to the Texas flag?
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Juro lealtad a la bandera de los Estados Unidos de América y a la república que representa una nación bajo Dios indivisible y justicia para todos. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Honro a la bandera de Texas. Te juro lealtad, Texas. Un estado bajo Dios, único e indivisible.
Thank you, trustees. We will now move to our game changer item, which is our opportunity to recognize and observe important items happening in AISD and our nation. Dr. Alizalde, will you please share our recognitions tonight?
Yes, thank you so much. I'm going to turn it over to our Executive Director, Michelle Wallace.
Good evening, President Rodriguez, Dr. Elizalde, and trustees. Great to be with you here tonight. I am here tonight to ask for formal recognition of the Harmon Mays Such Family Fund. A special thanks to Mary Verhege, Janet Harmon, Kent Mays, Nav Such, and their families who have provided support over a number of years for our programs. It's my pleasure to request formal recognition from you all for the Harmon Mays Such Family Fund tonight.
Thank you. Trustee Singh, do you have a recognition statement to share?
I do. On behalf of the Austin ISD Board of Trustees, it is my honor to recognize the Harmon Mays Such Family Fund Trust for their generous commitment and support of summer programming across the district. Every summer, thousands of AISD students have the opportunity to participate in summer camps and programs due to the invaluable support and resources provided by countless community partners and service providers. Through the KDK Harmon Foundation, the Summer Learning Investment Hub, and now the Harmon Mays Such Family Fund, community investments in summer programming total more than $1 million since 2011. And this year, the Harmon May Such Family Fund continued its support and made an additional investment of $88,526 for the Eastside Vertical Team's STEM and Robotics Academy, which will take place during the summer of 2022. That sounds amazing. By participating in high-quality and hands-on experiences after the school year concludes, students can keep their brains active and learning during the summer months. It is with great pride that the Board of Trustees of the Austin Independent School District recognizes and thanks the Harmon Mays Such Family Fund for their partnership and support of Austin ISD students.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Trustees, typically we provide informational reports and discussions on student outcomes before discussing our items for consideration and consent agenda. Based on a request from the administration to accommodate other guests at tonight's meeting and without objection from the board, I'd like to take up item 9.2, approval of 1882 agreement for Mendez Middle School out of order and remove from the consent agenda to address at the top of the meeting. Trustee Singh?
Yes, I move to remove item 9.2 from the consent agenda for separate deliberation and vote.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
With Trustee Anderson seconding, with that, I'd like to request that in alignment with our policy and state law, we first request that item 7, public testimony on consent items, be played and listened to by trustees before we begin any deliberations. So without objection, we can now move to the public testimony for items on consent agenda. So members of the public wishing to participate in the public testimony portion of our meeting call the dedicated AISD phone line in advance of the meeting to sign up to speak in person or to audio record their remarks. And so tonight, we have one person signed up to speak in person, and we have 20 who have left a recorded message. First, we will now play the recorded message for public testimony, so please listen carefully.
Christine Lehman. I'm calling in support for dedicating the Gillette Library to Kay Gooch. She's influenced hundreds of families. She's promoted reading in the city of Austin, not just our community, and she's been a huge influence in literacy in our city. Thank you.
Hi, I'm calling regarding the AIC meeting tonight for bilingual educational implementation. I was hoping to hear from the district more information on how dual language is being implemented in the schools, what metric system is being used to keep principals, staff accountable for implementing dual language, what challenges you're finding for implementation. I've attended meet and greets regarding middle school, elementary school, high school implementation. We go to an amazing dual language school at Becker Elementary, but I will say I'm very concerned about the middle school, high school level of implementation. There seemed to be very vague responses of what kind of programs the children could be involved in, how they were going to link up students being able to do science, engineering, math, along with their dual language, and accountability to make sure that the school is implementing and integrating them into being able to do both programs. So I would love to hear more information and how the
This is Sharon Bain, the parent of 2 AISD high schoolers, and I'm calling about agenda item 13.1. I was happy to see that AISD's District of Innovation Plan includes a commitment to valuing diversity and inclusion. As we see this week with the targeted outcry against celebrating our community's LGBTQIA members, we cannot be vocal enough in our support for those in our district who may be marginalized by others outside of our school walls. Thank you for standing up for LGBTQIA students, educators, staff, and families against the vitriolic hate that has rained down on our district, in many cases from those who do not live here or send their children here. As a parent, I'm proud to send my kids to schools that celebrate Pride Week and greatly appreciate the district's teachers and librarians who make sure all kids get to see themselves in books. Please continue to support and expand these efforts. Thank you.
Jamie Haynes, Martin Middle School, speaking on 1882 and student achievement. I'm a teacher. Greetings, my name is Jamie Haynes. I would like to speak on the district's 1882 proposal to partner Mendez with Third Future Schools and former Dallas ISD Superintendent Mike Miles. I used to wonder why AISD continues to outsource responsibility for our community schools. However, with the hiring of Dr. E, I see that these kinds of neoliberal reforms are being embraced and accelerated, despite the history of communities in Austin confronting these austere measures for decades. Equally concerning is how this mindset is reflected in our campus leadership. For example, Martin is apt to spend money on outside speakers, workshops that benefit private schools like the Ron Clark Academy, and a trip up to iFly instead of building on pre-existing community foundations, instead of funding an ESL position that would benefit our teachers and students, or maintaining our sixth grade when we are not low performing, which current data backs up. Please vote against partnering with Third Future Schools. Austin is not and will not ever be Dallas. We have treasure beneath our feet if we are willing to dig instead of seeking solutions outside of ourselves. Thank you, and please keep sixth grade at Martin. We're not Mendez either.
Hello, this is public testimony for the AISD board. My name is Olga Rodriguez. I have 2 children in AISD, and I am calling to support bilingualism and the need for language access across AISD. My children have had the fortunate circumstance of participating in dual language programs, and those programs, in order to be successful, need to be adequately staffed, funded, trained, and resources provided to the students. My students have thrived in AISD in these programs. They have helped, their bilingualism has really helped all of the other courses. And I hope that AISD can continue to fund and support these successful programs across AISD. Thank you.
Mi nombre es Brenda Fierro. Yo tengo 2 hijas inscritas en Ridgetop Dual Language programa. Estoy llamando hoy para urgir al distrito que apoyen y acepten responsabilidad por la calidad de educación del lenguaje dual. Mis 2 niñas están inscritas en Ridgetop, que es una escuela dedicada completamente a educación del lenguaje dual. El bilingüismo es algo muy importante para mi familia. Nos ayuda a mantener nuestra cultura y, más importante, nos une como familia porque mis niñas pueden comunicar con sus abuelos. Esto es algo que todos los niños de nuestro distrito se merecen. I am calling to urge the AISD School Board and District to support high-quality dual language education in AISD. I have 2 daughters enrolled in Ridgetop Elementary, which is a school that is dedicated completely to dual language. Bilingualism is extremely important to my family. It has helped us stay connected to our culture and, more importantly, to our grandparents and to our other family members who are Spanish-speaking only. This is something that all the children of our district deserve. They deserve to remain connected to their community, to their parents, and to their ancestors.
Hello there. My name is Melissa Mooring, and I am the current Gillette PTA president, as well as proud parent of Lamar and Gillette. And I'm calling in reference to the agenda item this evening of the naming of the Gillette Library. First and foremost, thank you to the board for moving this forward so quickly. Since Ms. Kay Gooch retired in the spring of 2020, which was a really difficult time to retire, we have been really wanting to honor her. Just as so the board knows, she has been instrumental in creating this inclusive, enthusiastic, warm, inviting environment that Gillette is today. She is creative and funny and engaging, and she's really helped develop a passion for reading in so many AISD students. So I just want to say thank you so much for your consideration. This person definitely deserves to be honored in such a wonderful way, and thank you so much for taking the time to review it tonight.
Hola, my name is Vanessa Santamaria Dayton, and I'm a parent and education advocate, and I'm calling about the dual language implementation update and to implore that we continue to support and improve it. First off, kudos to the first class to officially graduate with a dual language education this upcoming May. I hope the district and the city is aware of this fantastic accomplishment, but it can only get better. We know that MET staff has been cut and that some in charge of schools are still largely untrained in dual language instruction. We hope the board helps to ensure and support the need for schools to faithfully implement DL programs under AISD policy and TEA rules, and for principals to be held accountable for that implementation. We should continue to be questioning and examining still the most basic questions about implementation, such as types of metrics or rubrics being used, levels of fidelity to the models in our policy. What are the biggest challenges in order to find solutions to implementation? Where are two-way dual language programs being implemented throughout the district? Is it just in non-Title I schools? What are we doing to help increase representation of heritage, bilingual, and African American students in dual language programs? Thank you again for your commitment and work for continuing to support our multilingual learners.
This is Shirlene Justice, and I'm a former employee of Austin ISD, where I supervised after-school programs for many years. I'm calling in support of bilingual ed and dual language programs. I've seen the benefits of these programs, both on students' social and emotional development and their academic development. I think it would be shame for these programs to be limited in any way, and we should be promoting more of these programs for the well-being of our students and their families. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ariana. I'm calling about the dual language programs. I have two students in elementary who attend dual language programs. This makes me incredibly proud. It is so important that Austin ISD continues to provide an education for our children that reflects their diversity, their culture, and their language. Don't forget, please, about dual language programs in special education as well. Many families are having to choose between preserving their language and obtaining appropriate services only offered in English. While you continue to provide and expand dual language programs, please encourage and promote bilingual teachers to continue their education to provide quality and enriching experiences for our bilingual kids, and please pay them for it. Sepan que nuestra gente puede hablar dos idiomas, nuestros maestros pueden enseñar efectivamente en dos idiomas. Ser bilingüe conlleva muchos beneficios y en un futuro pueden aspirar a trabajos mejor pagados por hablar más de un idioma. Muchas gracias. Thanks for listening.
This is an interpretation into English of the Spanish portion of Ariana's message. Please know that our people can speak two languages. Our teachers can teach effectively in two languages. Being bilingual brings many benefits, and in the future you can aspire to better paid jobs if you speak more than one language. Thank you very much.
I'm Susan Moffett, community member and parent of an AISD grad, speaking on agenda item 9.2. I respectfully urge you to delay the vote on the Mendez contract to address important concerns and allow more community involvement. I've emailed you an extensive list, but I just want to highlight a few issues. It appears current Mendez teachers will be forced to become charter employees and will lose the Chapter 21 rights and protections, which the state requires all public school districts to provide. The draft contract also seems to imply that some special ed students may not be served at Mendez. None of the proposed Texas governing board members live in Austin, and none are educators. Materials provided by the charter applicant show very little effort to address the specific needs of Mendez. I know the state has put AISD in an untenable position on this, but I urge you to delay the vote until you can at least address some of these issues in the draft contract. Thank you very much for your service.
Hola, yo soy Viridiana. Yo soy mamá de dos estudiantes del distrito de Austin ISD. Hablaba sobre el tema del dual language. Ojalá se siga este programa porque hasta ahorita he quedado bien impresionada con el programa, ¿verdad? Que me ha ayudado a mantener el español en mis hijos y el inglés que se puede comunicar en la escuela, con el mundo, ¿verdad? Y es bien importante para mí que tengan este programa porque les ha ayudado mucho a mantener su raíz, que el idioma español, y el inglés a comunicarse con el mundo. Y creo que es muy importante siempre mantener eso para una familia hispana. Gracias.
This is an interpretation into English of Viridiana's message. Hello, I am Viridiana. I am the mother of 2 students in Austin ISD. I am calling about the subject of dual language. I hope this program will continue because so far I have been quite impressed with the program, right? And it has helped me to preserve Spanish among my children. And English allows to communicate at school and with the world, right? And it is very important for me that they have this program because it has helped them very much to preserve their roots and the Spanish language, and English to communicate with the world. And I think for a Hispanic family, it is very important to preserve that. Thank you.
Item 6.3. Dr. Elizalde and Board of Trustees, thank you for listening today and every day. My name is Blanca Galvez Perez, and I am a proud dual language mother, teacher, and advocate, member of the local and state associations for bilingual education. I've been lucky to be an educator for the past 20 years, 14 in this district, and I am ISD proud to know we all agree that the dual language program is the best program for all. I was able to share that with Secretary Cardona a week ago, the wonderful opportunities we have in our district to provide our students with a bilingual superpower. I am asking you today to continue supporting Dr. Villalpando and her wonderful team. So the first promotion that should graduate this year with the seal of biliteracy is not the last one. We need consistency, commitment, and policy that will hold all of us accountable. Muchas gracias.
Hi, this is T.A. Vasquez. I am a grandparent of a student enrolled at Palm Elementary. Good afternoon, board members. I am calling to address agenda item 6.3, having to do with dual language implementation. And I want to advocate for that program and say that I'm looking forward to seeing an evaluation team to know what is working and what tool they're using to measure the growth. Also, continue to collaborate with all stakeholders in the schools and in the community, so that way this program can continue to be moving forward and continue to be successful. Ensure the fidelity of the program implementation by providing training, and also provide language access for all of our students. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Yara Flores. I'm a parent in AISD. I'm calling to express my support for the dual language program. With that, though, I think that we can agree that there is a need to understand how well bilingual education is being implemented throughout the district. My questions to the board would be to consider some type of rubric or metric to gauge the implementation across campuses, to also gauge the types of programs. I would also like to know which campuses have low, medium, and high levels of fidelity to a biliteracy model. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ruth. I am a parent of 4 children in Austin ISD. Thank you for discussing the implementation of dual language in the district. This is a meaningful way of assuring compliance with federal law, but always keeping in mind how our organization has defined equity. Let's recognize that there exists a disproportionate amount of vacancies in the eastern crescent of our district, yet we have bilingual teachers teaching native English-speaking students Spanish. Again, we have bilingual teachers teaching Spanish in affluent, mostly all English-speaking schools. What are we doing to ensure that we are practicing educational equity? We keep talking about equity, but the practices in our district do not reflect our mission. Let's have a conversation on how we can change this. Austin ISD defines educational equity means that each child receives what they need to develop to their full academic and social potential. One of the 7 conditions for student success is rigorous, relevant, and inclusive curriculum centering their language, racial, and cultural identity.
Hello, my name is Megan Butler, calling to comment on item 13.1, District of Innovation, which includes support for diversity and inclusion activities. I'm a licensed mental health therapist in Austin, and I was the 2015 Austin ISD District Counselor of the Year. Many of my clients and former students are in the LGBTQ plus community. My former students and clients have called Austin ISD Pride Week Life saving and say that identifying teachers who are allies helped them feel safer at school. My clients and former students love going to school this week. This week creates a sense of belonging and helps learning happen. Thank you, Austin ISD, for meeting the needs of our students and families. As a mental health clinician, I work with your students who are challenged by suicidal ideation and depression, and we also know about the protective factors that schools can put in place. Pride Week reduces stigma and discrimination and increases social support, which protects our kids against suicide. Thank you for the board for standing strong. You're doing life-saving policy work. Thank you to our superintendent, admin, teachers, and counselors. You're on the right side of history. And happy Pride Week.
Hi, my name is Lindsay Foster. I'm a parent with 2 kids in AISD, and both of my kids have gone through the dual language program. One is in dual language right now at elementary school level. And I'm calling to express my support for dual language. I know it's one of the things being discussed tonight in regards to the bilingual education implementation update. I think that more work needs to be done to make sure that we are getting a robust implementation of dual language in AISD, and also that we're accountable for that. And I think that starts with trying to focus on how we're quantifying that implementation and like what metrics we're going to use to track to see that it's being implemented correctly. And also, I'd like to advocate that we think more about the equitable implementation of this across the district, as I know that two-way dual language programs tend to be at non-Title I schools. So just calling in to express my support. I think this should be a priority for the district for those that are involved in the dual.
This is Deborah Trejo, and I'm calling to speak on item 6.3. This is the first year that AISD will graduate students who began in first grade in the pilot dual language programs in AISD elementary schools. These students are to be applauded, and the teachers who have faithfully implemented bilingual in some of the schools are to be applauded as well for their resiliency and endurance while managing through a very poorly implemented elementary programming because associate superintendents didn't hold schools and still fail to hold schools responsible for implementing programs based on best practices for bilingual learners. Students in AISD should be given the opportunity to become biliterate and bilingual and use their strengths, especially their home language and heritage language strengths, to be successful in the 21st century. It's important that we have real accountability at the district level and that principals be expected to implement faithfully best practices in bilingual programming throughout the district, and that we increase two-way programming where students are not segregated into L's-only classes, but instead are integrated, and parents have a better opportunity to hold the district accountable for action.
This is Paul Kretschmer. I'm the instructional coordinator for visual arts, calling to item 13.1 relating to District of Innovation. This week creates a sense of belonging that helps learning and student achievement. Pride Week reduces stigma and discrimination and increases social support, which protects our kids against the risk of suicide and helps students feel safe enough to learn and do their best. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. That concludes our in-phone speakers. We will now move to in-person testimony. In order to provide as many opportunities for input as possible within a limited time period at this meeting, each speaker will be allotted 1 minute. No substitutions or yielding of time to others is permitted. Callers who signed up to speak in person are welcome to come to the microphone when their name is called. As you come to the microphone, there's a device that will light up as you move through your 1 minute of allotted time. When the buzzer sounds, please make a final thought in one sentence. And again, we ask that whether you come to give a complaint or praise, that you reference the staff member by position or by abbreviated last name. We ask that all audience members, whether speaking or not, please show respect for others at all times. And I just want to note that we haven't had in-person public testimony since before Friday, March 13th, 2020. And tonight, Ken Safaris, Ken, you have the distinction of being the first speaker after that tenure of time, and you're tonight's only in-person speaker, so welcome.
I may have been the last one, too.
You might have been the last one, too. We're going to have to check the record on that.
Good evening, Board. That's ominous to step into that. I appreciate it. Thank you, Board President, School Board, and Dr. Elizalde. At what cost? 11 years ago, AISD administration attempted to bring idea charter schools to take over what was deemed a failed school and feeder pattern. It was done quietly and with little transparency or vetting by the affected communities and employees. This was on the heels of a failed facility master plan and massive reduction in force. These events led to a lack of confidence in district administration and a failure of 2 of the 4 bond proposals in 2013. As we approach a bond in November with 4 proposals, it is vital that district administration build confidence in our community and with our employees. Providing a 200-plus page contract 3 days prior to a vote is not respectful of the board, its job, the community, or the employees. They should also be able to review the details of such a dramatic turnover. While there may be few options in this scenario, how AISD engages the community, employees, and this board is in their power. Board, please propose the vote for 1 month to allow for a review and vetting of this proposal. If not, at what cost will we be turning over our beloved Mendez Middle School to an unvetted charter operator? Thank you.
Thank you. So, trustees, this concludes public testimony. Are there any questions or clarifications? Trustee Lugo and then Trustee Anderson.
So my question might be addressed later, but I'm seeking clarification around comments made from parents and advocates of dual language on many fronts, but in particular, whether AISD has the staffing resources and bandwidth to do some coordinated just recognition of the students that are going to be graduating who went through that kind of inaugural cohort of dual language students. And then, of course, I look forward to hearing about dual language implementation.
I think we can address that with that presentation. There are approximately, from a factual perspective, 30 students that will be receiving the biliteracy seal this year. And we can then address some of the details when we get to that item. Thank you, Trustee Lugo.
Thank you. Trustee Anderson no longer has a question. Trustees, any other questions or clarifications? If not, as a reminder to our public, please feel free to share any general comments or questions on non-voting items with the board by email at trustees@austinisd.org. So now we will go back and consider item 9.2, approval of the 1882 agreement for Mendez Middle School. And Trustee Singh, do you have a motion?
Yes. I make a motion to approve item 9.2, approval of the 1882 agreement for Mendez Middle School between Austin ISD and Third Future Schools, including addendum 1 through 10, and the new addenda 11, which is included in board docs as attachment 4.
Is there a second?
Second.
Trustees, is there any discussion on this item? Trustee Foster?
So I noticed language in the draft contract or the proposed contract around provision of SPED services, special education services. Can you address who put that language in and what purpose that language serves?
Thank you, Trustee Foster. I'm going to ask Dr. Reach to walk us through some of the things that are in this particular contract that were not in the previous partnership contract. Dr. Reach?
Thank you, Trustee Foster and Board of Trustees. So this is new language. It was not in the previous 1882 agreement we had with our previous partner. And the purpose was to think back through what were some of the things that we learned that first time around to ensure that we had language that clearly aligned with what our expectations were for students being served on that campus, especially the students who already resided in there and that they would be served in that campus. So what this language is stating is just making it clear that this provider, the operating partner, will be responsible for providing special education services in alignment to whatever services that student deserves on that campus. Now, we do recognize that it is possible that they may not have the exact expertise needed. So I'm going to use an example of speech therapy. Perhaps they have students who need per week up to 10 hours of speech therapy services. It may not make sense for them to hire their own speech therapist to provide just 10 hours of service a week. So the language in here regarding, I believe I used buyback, district menu of services, excuse me, is making clear that if they don't have that service, then they need to buy it back from us. So they would purchase from us speech language therapy services, who would then go and provide that service on the campus. It would be our staff member providing it to our student, but on that campus. So in that case, the OP would not be purchasing their own speech language therapist. And you could imagine that this could occur for a variety of different services depending on what services that student needs. So I think the last item on here is the sentence at the very end, which is, should OP in the district determine OP is not able to provide services in accordance with the student's IEP, utilizing the district community of service, the student's ARD committee will determine the appropriate location for services and educational placement. And that's alignment with what all of our middle schools and all of our schools currently do. That if it's determined through the IEP process and through that student's ARD, of which the family member is a part of, that student would be best served in another setting, then that's the determination that committee makes and that we'll honor. I think the additional language here is that the OP in the district determine that the OP is not able to do that. So it's not just that the operating partner says, I'm not able to do this. It's that the district and the OP both agree, you're right, you're not able to provide that in that way. But again, I would reiterate that if an ARD committee makes that recommendation that this is a service that students needs, we will honor that.
Thank you.
I just want to add one other reminder. ARD is legally binding. So that's why it's critical. And I think, thank you, Dr. Reach, for making the specificity that this isn't a one-sided, the partner decides this on their own. So we're not in a situation that I think I heard as concerns of, is the provider going to look for ways for students not to be served on this campus as a means of improving student academic outcomes? And that's not what this statement was about, but clearly you can see that it could not happen because we would have to be complicit if we were saying that was actually what the intent that the provider was trying to accomplish. So hopefully that helps clear that portion.
It does. It's a lot and it's nuanced, but it does clear it up. Thank you.
And Trustee Foster, if I could just reiterate, and this was in our previous agreement, but it's in there again, that we also include language that makes it clear that the OP has to serve any students who resides within that attendance boundary and within those grade spans. So if they are within it's still an attendance boundary to where that's your assigned school. Likewise, why they would have the ability to cap transfers overall, they do not have the ability to pick and choose their transfers. So if they are going to accept transfers, we would either do what we do with our other campuses. We'd create a wait list and do a lottery, or if there's just a few spots and just enough transfers to fill those spots, they would all get in. The OP would not have the ability to say, well, this student's, I'll use discipline as a different example. This student's discipline record, we don't want that there. That's not an option. They get the transfer. Likewise, if they were to revoke a transfer, they have to go through the same process any of our other middle schools would in revoking that transfer.
Thank you. Just for the record, just to clarify for our public too, ARDS means the admission, review, and dismissal process, which is the process used for determining a children's special education or additional services that need to be provided to them.
Thank you, Board President. Yes.
Trustees, any other questions? Trustee Singh?
Thank you so much. So I had sort of a follow-up question related to a specific concern about the special ed clause, and I'm wondering if this is a better question directed to our legal counsel or one of the lawyers here, but it was regarding the interpretation of that language in that clause, 9.09.10. So as a lay person, I would really appreciate the legal interpretation of that and making sure that it sufficiently addresses a concern that that I and others may have that special education students not be removed from Mendez Middle School just because, say, they might require more resources or because they could bring down test scores. And so I know that both parties, the administration and the operator, would need to decide together, but I would feel more comfortable in a sense if this were laid out more specifically, like how that happens, to make sure that the child's best interest really is at the center of that decision. And so I guess my question to Christine is the language that's in here sufficient?
Yes, thank you for that, Trustee Singh. What the language in here does is essentially restates what is required by the IDEA, which is the federal law governing special education services. And so I can understand a desire for more specificity, but what I would tell you from a legal standpoint is that if they follow the terms as stated in that provision, they're going to meet the law, and they really don't have, it's really not an option to do things like to say, this student is going to bring down our test scores. That would be discriminatory. That would be illegal. So even if our contract didn't come right out and say that, they still couldn't do it. It would be illegal, and they would therefore be in breach. What I would also add is that there are in some cases, and the contract provision does contemplate the notion of centralized services. So as Dr. Reach mentioned, every possible service is not available at every campus. And sometimes, every campus doesn't have a behavior unit, for example. And it doesn't mean they're necessarily going to have one at Mendez. That would be up to the district in coordination with the OP as I read the contract term. And that's true district-wide already. So what I would say is that in reading this, I don't think it's missing anything that you would need for peace of mind to approve it from that standpoint.
Okay, I appreciate that. And just to clarify, I can't imagine that that's it. They would say, oh, we're going to move this student out because they're lowering our test scores. But as you know, people can manipulate the system. I would not think that would necessarily be the case here. But that's the whole point of having a contract, right? Is you look for the worst case scenario, as far-fetched as it may seem. So even in a circumstance where it seems like, I'm just wondering, is there a way that we could, I know that we're tracking enrollment as part of this and student performance. I want to make sure that we're also tracking the enrollment and a placement of our students who receive special education services and make sure it doesn't exceed, say, the average of our middle schools with similar demographics and things like that.
Well, I think we could provide, there would be no reason, the provider that you're considering has made it very clear, any data reports that we want, we would have access to, so we could keep an ongoing what percentage of students are currently there at the beginning of the year that are identified as particular, let's say, students receiving special education services. I would hesitate in terms of like what the district average is, because currently Mendez is actually above our district average right now with students that are identified as special education. So I wouldn't want them to not service our students. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I meant district average of moving students out.
Oh, mobility-wise.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I think what we would do, to be fair, I think we would need to just look at comprehensively what has been the mobility at Mendez in particular, say for the last 3-4 years as a comparison, because as you well know, we have such diversity within our district. We have that's a very big swing from one school to another. But we could look at that and provide you, like, here's the mobility that's happened, and so on.
Thank you. And then I had a follow-up question, and this is really just to be super transparent. So in the proposal, I can't remember which page it was on. It was like 220 something or other. There is a commitment. So this is not in the actual contract, but in the proposal that this provider submitted, there's a commitment to paying a starting salary that's much higher than what AISD offers for their teachers. I think it was $70K. Yes, you heard me right. $70K for like a reading and language arts teacher, and it was, I can't remember everything that was on there, but the legal contract clauses do not explicitly reference this pay scale. And so that's why, the language of the motion was the whole package. So I just wanted to kind of double check with y'all that, my expectation is that the pay scale that's in Third Future's proposal would be part of the legally binding contract as written.
Sure.
And real quick, I just referenced, it's page 189 of 244.
Thank you, 189.
And I'll say, Trustee Singh, that yes, the addenda are all part of the contract, and the motion as you made it encompasses approval of all the various addenda associated with the contract. So it is part of the contract.
Thank you.
Whether it's in the body of the contract or labeled as an addenda.
Okay, great.
It is all part of the deal.
Okay, thank you. And then I wanted to also ask, is class size addressed anywhere in this? Because I had seen some language in the proposal related to 2 classrooms, like one in person and one in Zoom. And I don't know if that was just like information left over from COVID times or, what the deal was. But
I'm going to ask Mr. Mike Miles, who leads Third Future, to help address that question. So, Mike Miles, our Board of Trustees.
Thank you, board members, for giving me a few minutes to clarify. So we are intending on hiring 8 homerooms for 8th grade and 8 homerooms for 7th grade. And so that would mean if you had 200 students, and we're only expecting about 160, or 180, because there was 180 8th graders this year and 160 7th graders, so we're expecting 180. That would mean you would have fewer than 25 in a classroom. You'd have closer to 22. So that's, and all of our schools have fewer than 25 kids.
okay, glad to hear that. Thank you. I wanted to say thank you to the administration and to Mr. Miles for the addendum that you all added today that would allow the provider to do presentations to the board. I think that's going to be really important. I know that's something that we all value because these are AISD students. And, oh, I know I had one more question and I should have written it down. Oh, yes. So the whole thing with 1882, the whole point of this, I think, from TEA is, we have to, right? Like, if I would have really appreciated just a little bit of explanation of, like, because I heard from the public comment, people think that, like, we have an option here, and I just would love for you to share what our options really are.
Thank you, Trustee Singh. And I wondered if I should maybe start off this way. So we do have quote-unquote other options. It's just none of them are good from, I think, most of our perspective. So one option is we could close the school. That could be one option. Another option would have been to remain with the partner that we had, which left us only 1 year remaining to meet accountability. And through the data that we had received, we were all concerned because if we didn't meet it and wait to that last year, we're then subject to the laws under the Texas Education Agency and the commissioner actually being able to replace all of us, even though it's one school out of a large body of schools. The last option is we could take over that school ourselves, and we would have the same amount of time as we would have had with the previous provider, which is only 1 year. So one of the advantages from the superintendent's lens and the impact of what the Texas Education Agency can do given these circumstances is that because we have selected a provider that is on the commissioner's list of identified as turnaround specialists, we get an additional year on the accountability requirement. That, to me, was a really big deal. And it is also the reason why we had very few, why it is true we only had one provider respond. Because it is a difficult, no one wants to go in to take a school to say they're going to turn it around and risk the fact that they won't be able to do that with so little time left on the runway. So there are other options. From the superintendent's lens that I'm presenting to you, I consider this our best option. Does that help?
It does. I really appreciate that. And I think I just have one last question, which is, I know, so speaking of timelines, so normally the board will review, contracts such as this during the board info session so that 2 weeks later we can vote on it. But our timeline didn't really allow for that this time. So this is really the first time our board is discussing this contract. But I just wanted to be sure that the public and the board understands that the reason we need to vote at this meeting tonight, is that TEA is making this a requirement for us. Like, is that like March 31st is the deadline?
Yes, we provided you the attachment with the information session meeting that demonstrated we would be running up against the timeline because the Texas Education deadline is March 31st. So I don't know if you remember, but at the info session, we did indicate we knew we were going to be, because we did want to hold our community meetings. If you all recall, we actually sent out teams to Ector County. We went to visit, and members of our team went and visited the actual campuses. Then we conducted some community engagement sessions. Actually, the very last one where Mr. Miles came and spoke with community members and staff was held the night of the info session. So we were moving as quickly as we could because we also could not have moved forward prior to us communicating that we were ending our contract with the previous providers. So we were stuck between timelines. And so I believe we actually provided Friday evening was the first time we provided you a copy of this particular contract, which is out of our normal sync. And that's what our intent was, to communicate to you why we were going to be not on that same page. But the deadline is a non-negotiable March 31st. So should we choose not to move forward, then our option then at that point is clear that we would need to take over the school ourselves and meet the accountability in this 1 year.
And may I ask a couple more? I'm sorry. So, and to take it even a step further, my understanding is the big risk here is TEA possibly taking over our district, like replacing all of us and taking over in our district, correct?
Correct.
I hate to be so.
It's at the end of the day, the commissioner has the authority with a school that has gone 5 years, and actually that's even being rewritten to reduce the number of years, but Mendez was under the 5-year time frame, and if the school did not meet accountability, then, and we wait until, like, well, let's just see if we reach it or not. We wait, then the commissioner can close the school and replace all elected members of the board and myself, and would be able to appoint members, and we would not have an elected body for the time that the commissioner would feel that the district was at risk. And that is true, whether that makes sense or not. It is true for one school out of a portfolio of 114 plus that we have, or if you were a school district of 3 schools and it was 1 out of 3. So I know that most people are like, how can that be? It be. You know, that's the way the law, that's the way it was written. And so it's never a situation that, you know, we are certainly not like excited that we're in this. What we do know is we need to serve our community well, and we are asking you to approve a contract with a provider that we feel will in fact help us to meet our students' needs, and then at some point we can hand it back over to us in a manner in which we're serving our students. I'd also like to add the previous partner had a 5-year contract. We are only, Third Future was only asking for a 3-year contract with a possibility of renewal should we think that that's still the best way to continue on. But that's a much shortened time frame than we even had with any previous providers. So I wanted to point that out as well.
Trustees, any other questions? Trustee Boswell.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Miles, for being here. I appreciate it. I have a couple of questions. One, first, thank you for the addendum. I appreciate that very much. Something we had talked about, and I think that will be very helpful just to have a scheduled way to check in and watch the progress. So thank you for that. I see that the addendum is a quarterly or monthly report, and I would be fine with quarterly, depending on what my colleagues feel and how everyone else feels. But it lists academics, attendance, and discipline. I would really appreciate also having information in those reports about enrollment and teacher retention. I think those are two other important issues that we're watching in the district as well. So thank you.
I see for the record, I see Mr.
Yes,
Miles
I do
nodding in
too.
agreement, so we will
Thank
enter
you.
that as an expectation.
Thank you for that. And then I have this may be a legal question about the term and termination. Dr. Elizalde, you just talked about the 3-year term, and then there's a right to renewal for 3 or an option to renew for 3 years. And I just want to really clarify the terms under which we would be allowed to not renew. I know it seems to presume renewal unless there's a problem. It lists some problems, and then I think if we go to our policy EL local, other reasons as determined by the board. And I would love to know if other reasons as determined by the board includes we feel like things are in good shape and we feel like we can step in and serve our community well. And thank you for the great work you've done, and you've lived up to everything you said you would do, but we're ready to take our school back into the district fully. Is that other conditions as approved by the board, or does that have to be, if it's going well and Third Future's meeting their obligations, do we have to renew?
So the district maintains the ability to terminate the agreement under a couple different clauses. So of course we can do that within the term or at the end of the term. At the end of the term, you probably have a lot more flexibility because we have the ability to terminate without cause at the end of a term. We do have language which actually is a requirement of the 1882 partnerships. It's the right to a public hearing. So if the partner is meeting all performance requirements and we want to terminate either at the end of the term or during the term, only if they're meeting all requirements. We have to first provide a public hearing, and that's 4.06 in the contract. That aside, we would have the ability to terminate during the term by giving them notice by December. And that could be for out cause. That's why we did terminate for some performance issues. Technically, we utilized the terminating without cause last December with our other partner. We also have the ability to terminate due to closure of the campus. So whether the Board of Trustees or TEA ordered the campus to be closed, that would immediately terminate the agreement as well. And then, of course, we can terminate for performance. We can also terminate for material breach of the contract herein, or we can terminate with mutual agreement. So if we both determine at any point that we feel no need to continue on with the partnership, we can do that. But when the 3 years is up, we would have that ability to just, again, also, without the December timeline of terminating without cause.
Okay, thank you for that, Dr. Reach. I appreciate that. And the one sentence that I'm looking at that's making me ask additional questions is under Article 4, 4.01, the option to renew shall not be unreasonably withheld by either party subject to approval of the district's Board of Trustees. And kind of so if our lawyers and everyone else is confident that we, at the end of the term, can non-renew because we want to non-renew, I'm satisfied with that. I just want to be really certain that that's the case.
I will tell you, our policy certainly makes that clear, and our policy had to be approved by TEA, actually for the purpose of ensuring that it would meet 1882 requirements. And I apologize, I don't remember when we last renewed it. It may have been right before you came on, Trustee Boswell, but our other trustees probably remembered that we did have to amend that policy, and then TEA made a last-minute request to make even more changes to that policy that we needed to accommodate, but it's very clear in there that that's an option.
Okay, thank you. I have a question on page 9 of the contract about 10.05, about discriminatory admission, suspension, or expulsion, and it talks about the legally protected national origin, ethnicity, race, religion, disability, gender, academic achievement included in that. It does not mention disciplinary history or special education status. Any thoughts, comments about that?
Yeah, so under 10.05, where we do discuss the enrollment procedures, we do mention that they would follow the existing district policies in regards to our enrollment, to where we do forbid such type of, where someone cannot accept, someone could deny a transfer because of a disciplinary issue or
Okay.
special education status.
Okay, thank you. And I appreciate the agreement to follow our rules and the rules that we're working on right now about removal from campus, in-school suspension, out-of-school suspension, alternative learning center, all of that.
And revocation of transfer.
And revocation of transfer, yes. I appreciate all of that and see in the documents that you've shared that your policies differ from that. And, you know, habitually disruptive students and some other ways. So I appreciate the focus on that and appreciate the administration's inclusion of that, because I know we're doing really good and thoughtful work to keep our kids in the classrooms and not, and I'm really glad to see what I'm seeing. Okay, one moment. I think many of my questions have already been answered. I just want to look through and make sure they all have. Okay, I think that's all of it. And then the other thing, Dr. Elizalde, some of the callers called and mentioned that you and Mr. Miles have worked together in the past, and just for transparency, I would love for you to share, just so the public understands.
So the public understands that I've mentioned that at least 3 occasions in executive session, that I worked in Dallas ISD. I worked there prior to Superintendent Miles coming on. He promoted me, I think, at least 2 times, maybe 3, during his tenure, and absolutely have worked for him. And then he went on to do other things, and then I worked for Michael Hinojosa for 5+ years after that. So I think I've mentioned numerous occasions. I have had, I think, one conversation with Mr. Miles on the 10th of March when I saw him for the first time in a long time on the stairwell while he was conducting the community meeting. So there hasn't been any, I can't hide my resume. Certainly I am well acquainted with the work and the quality of work and the things that I learned under Superintendent Miles along the way.
Okay, thank you for sharing that. I appreciate it.
Trustees, other questions? Trustee Luo?
All right, so the March 31st deadline, is that at the discretion of the TEA commissioner?
Jacob did call, and it's a hard deadline of March 31st.
But it's not a statutory. That's what I'm trying to help the public understand.
It's a TEA. It's a TEA deadline. Yes, yep. Absolutely.
Not legally required, not in statute. It is a decision by the commissioner, which is allowed. I just want to make sure folks understand. Well, why the heck are we, under the gun for this March 31st deadline? So get out the vote, right? 2022. The other thing is. Thank you for mentioning kind of your, just again, always, my philosophy is if there's even the hint of the possibility of the optics that there might be some ethical questions. My belief as a public servant, when I did work as a paid employee, but now as an elected official, my belief is we owe that to the public, right? Like we should never be defensive and being clear about, what the working relationship has been, how many times, meetings have been conducted, and most especially when things are all above board. Those are the instances where, with all the more reason we can say, right? Like, yes, I've told the Board of Trustees 3 times that I know it, right? Like, it's on my resume. So thank you for taking that time to inform the public. And then the other thing I would say is, You know, I think about the specter of having TEA take over the board, right? Not just our board, but any school board, and what that means for voters and what that means for students who go to public schools. And I also think about if a school board or a district happens to bend to the will of say, a state agency, an education agency, then what's the difference, right, between physical bodies being appointed by TEA, let's say, or decisions by the board being in line with that commission? So this decision is a real struggle for me because I know why and how we got here. And in fact, I was one of the trustees who was super concerned about our previous partnership. I wanted to see us go in a different direction. You know, from a rational standpoint, as you mentioned earlier, this is the best option for the district and for the students that we hope to serve. And there are lots of things that I think this partnership can bring. And philosophically, right, if you had a time machine, I wish we could have done so many things differently. And I see some of those pieces, some of those things were done differently this go around, right? Like the term of the contract, making sure that we have an addendum that talks about monitoring. And thank you for the just above and beyond willingness to engage with us about monitoring. And so, you know, really this is going to be in those last 30 seconds when the board president calls for a vote. I'm going to have to decide, you know, do I stick with my principles or not? So those are my comments.
Thank you, trustee. Any other questions? Trustee Zapata, I was going to call on you last as you are our district representative where Mendez Middle School is at. So thank you.
Thank you to all my fellow trustees for all your very good questions. And I hope that everybody it is a very hard decision, but I always being reminded that stay focused on the students. And so I think our students deserve a great education experience. And so that's the bottom line. And because we are up against time, it is what it is. One thing I wanted to ask Mr. Miles is, as we were talking, as Trustee Boswell was asking about monitoring, how could you also monitor how you engage with the community so that the community is always part and involved with the success of the new partnership?
Yes, thanks for asking and allowing me some time to respond. Community engagement is key, as you all know, for any school, especially a school where you have a partner coming in and they don't know us and we don't know them. You'll find we're going to have town hall meetings quickly and often, and we're also going to have a parent advisory committee. So they're the ones who are really out of parents at the school who will help inform our practice, but also be a good connection. Our doors are open. We are very transparent. You can have any data you want any time. I've been in that chair, and I know that the board needs data. And if you ask me for SPED data tomorrow, if I'm at the school, we will give you whatever you ask, just as if you were asking the superintendent. Obviously, we have to work through them. We will work through the superintendent and their team. But if you ask anything, we'll give it to you. Also, the doors are open. No parent, no board member, no administrator has to ask for a visit. If we're open, come. Just drop by, show your badge as a board member, and you get to walk wherever you want to walk. We'll try to escort you if you want an escort, but if you don't, just go around. And parents are the same way, and that's a policy in all of our schools. Parents are taxpayers. We are publicly funded. So if they want to walk around, as long as they don't disrupt the classroom, obviously, they can just walk, they sign in, they walk around. But the other thing we do is we engage community members for what we call our dyad courses. So at Ector and Sam Houston, if you were to go there today or tomorrow, you'll see a piano teacher, karate teacher, a cycling, stationary bike cycling class, spin class, health and fitness teacher from the community. And so they are 1099, so they're not full-time employees, but they come in and help our kids with these other experiences. We also have electives in sports, but on top of that, we have the community members coming in. So the more community members know more about our school than any other school around because they're employed there, but they go back and forth. And they'll tell us straight if something is not right, and we'll, we get that input and we respond to it. So very important about community engagement, so I really respect your question, but I also respect the concern that this body has shown, at least to me tonight, that you're really all about, making sure Mendez kids thrive, but they also, that we respect that they're part of your district. The thing I like about 1882 partnerships is it's not a takeover. It's still your school. It's still the attendance zone. It's still the same mascot, the same school colors, the same uniform if you want a uniform there. It's the same same bus routes, same everything. The only difference is we're going to come in, we're going to provide our instructional model, other experiences like I just mentioned, and you're not going to want to let us go in 3 years. But you could.
Thank you. Thank you. And I also want to thank the transition team, the staff, and the community leaders that worked diligently to do their homework to see who would be the best partner for Mendez. So I know you all did great work, and thank you for doing that. Thank you.
Thank you, trustees. Any other questions? Trustee Boswell and the trustee Singh.
I have one other question that I forgot to ask about the makeup of your Texas board. And would it be possible to bring some local voice to that board or to consider it? I know you probably can't make that promise right now without talking to your board, but I think there would be an interest in making sure that people from Midland aren't all, mainly the people making decisions. Since we're joining, you're adding a city to add representation as well I would appreciate seeing that or considering that.
I will ask the board about that. We have one board member from Odessa, one board member from Midland, one board member from Fort Worth, one from Dallas, actually two from Midland, one from Dallas and one from Fort Worth. And they're very diverse, very professional, and just like you, they don't get any credit for all the good things, all the hours they spend behind the scenes working with us and for kids in the Permian Basin and also hopefully soon to be Austin. But I will ask them. Keep in mind, we have schools in 5 cities right now, and so the board relies on parent advisory committees and in Colorado we have school accountability committees also. We have both. So they rely on those groups to really help with the input at the community level.
So I appreciate that. Does that mean, or is there a parent advisory kind of body that would be here as well, or?
Yes, ma'am. So okay. As soon as, if this goes through, and once we get up and running, one of the first things the principal is going to do is get a parent advisory committee going, because we don't want to make those sorts of decisions without parents. For example, I don't know what the parents feel about dress code. I don't know what the parents feel about the drive-in and drop-off routes and whether or not those should be improved. That should be heavily inputted with parent opinion, right? So that's the first thing they're going to do.
Thank you. And I wanted to know if you, Mr. Miles, or maybe one of our staff could just give like a 1-minute description of what's going to happen to the Mendez staff that are currently there and what is different about the staff that would be employed.
Thank you for that question, Trustee Singh. All of the employees from Mendez will all have employment with Austin Independent School District to start with. Not at Mendez, but somewhere in our district, and we will work with each individual employee unless they want to apply and interview for positions with the partners. So there's no, I think I heard a caller, which I think this is important to clarify. Because you're at Mendez doesn't mean, you're currently at Mendez, doesn't mean you now work for Third Future. We will work with all of those employees first if they do not have an interest in interviewing for the model, because there are a lot of things. There's some higher salaries, and there are also some different expectations. Not everyone is going to want to do those things. What we want to make sure is that there is no, we want to ensure our employees are currently held harmless. So, no, I'm not interested in doing that. Then we'll work with them through human capital to find another location. No one at Mendez will lose their job because they choose not to work for Third Future.
And my understanding is that, so these will be employees of Third Future, the teachers at Mendez, and they would know, can you explain a little bit about the Chapter 21 and the highlights there?
So with the Chapter 21 provision, the individuals at Third Future are still part of TRS. They're not part of the district, so the one area that they wouldn't be receiving is Social Security. And as I've talked to several of you before, some of that's a positive, some of it's a negative. It depends on if you ever think you're going to pull Social Security money or not. Because for some of us, when we first started paying into Social Security, I saw it as a negative because I'm like, I'm taking home less money because I'm paying into Social Security, and I will probably never withdraw any money. So it depends on the individuals whether, and that's why it's important for them to be able to recognize that, well, if I choose to work for Third Future, I'm not under a typical Chapter 21 protection that I do have with the school district, but there are some other advantages to being with Third Future. And so but all of that would be laid out very clearly, but I think the one area that I want to be sure of is they're still in TRS. The teacher retirement system still applies to all of the employees, whether they're working for Third Future at Mendez or whether they're with our district.
Thank you. And, kind of echoing what Trustee Lugo was saying, this is such a hard decision. It's made a little bit more difficult because we have no choice, almost. It's like if I vote yes tonight, it means I'm voting for, an operator who seems perfectly wonderful. Thank you for coming today, especially at the last minute. That says so much and goes a long way with me personally. So I really want to tell you I appreciate that. Thank you, Dr. Elizalde, for making that happen after
he had already decided
a frantic text. I was like, can he come? So thank you. But, so on one hand, there's, okay, if I vote yes, it's, okay, I'm voting for a charter school operator, which y'all know how I feel about charter schools, but if I vote no, it is putting our district at a huge risk, not a little risk, but what I view as a huge risk. And I just, that's where I'm grappling with right now too, but I think I know where I'm going to go with it. But my one request, just for the future, and this is a lesson learned for me, I'm not blaming the administration. It's really on us as trustees to make sure these things happen, is if we're going to have a huge contract like this, we've got to be able to see it at the board info session. fix that schedule so we have plenty of time, and point out to, it would be nice to have pointed out to us like really proactively, like a one-page summary. These are the differences, because 250 pages is a lot to look at over a weekend, to be quite honest. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Singh. Trustees, any other questions? If not, first, I just want to thank Mr. Miles again for traveling here, and
Might I say, summarize in just 1 minute? And I want to echo something that Trustee Zapata said in a slightly different way, and that is, let's not forget the joy of the moment, too. When I was sitting in that chair, there's enough voices out there that it seems disharmonious, right? Cacophonous. But in the end of the day, we have to try to find the joy in the moment. The joy in the moment for me, as I'm looking at a bunch of board members who really care about kids and started on this process a while ago, then you didn't have to, and as a result, you're getting criticism for even making a decision to think about a different option. But the joy is that you're here, you're arguing and thinking about what's best for kids. The joy is you have a superintendent who's an instructional leader, who understands what it really takes to close the achievement gap and wants to do that. The joy is she has a team who is not just going to take my word for it or look at just pieces of paper with data on it and spreadsheets. They're going to come out and look for themselves. Those are the kind of things that don't happen, and I've been in this a while too. And then the other thing is you have the joy of the community, because it's not a takeover, it's a partnership. That's a real joy. The law does provide some good things, and the partnership aspect is really what is one of the reasons why we're here. We like working in partnership. We don't want to seem like we're taking over anything. That's a joy. So there's a lot to be happy about, joyful about, even in the midst of some of the struggle, which are real and appreciated.
thank you. So trustees, if there are no other questions or comments, having a motion by Secretary Singh and a second by Trustee Zapata to approve item 9.2, all those in favor, please raise your right hand. All those, hold on, just put them up for a second. All those opposed? And all those abstaining. So it's a vote of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 for and 1 opposed, showing Trustee Lugo. I'm just checking my math for a second.
You have 8.
Yeah. Thank you. Our next item is the President's report. On Monday, February 28th, the Board of Trustees met to complete a self-evaluation of the board. We were joined by our consultant, Kathy Mintzberg, who led us through a reflection on how we as a board have demonstrated our commitment to student achievement and equity at the same time, a focus on students and student outcomes, monitoring of the board's strategic plan, policy implementation, budget development, transparency to the public, and a commitment to governance and oversight. And as an additional exercise, we also discussed how we felt the board upholds the adopted values we set for the district as part of our strategic plan. And on a personal, I just want to say thank you and appreciate all of the trustees for their honest feedback, authentic feedback, as we had a really good discussion about where we are, where we're going, and where we have gaps and where we need to go. So I really appreciate that. The next item, I can't believe it's been 2 years. So just over 2 years ago, March 13th, 2020, this board approved closing schools due at the time to the novel coronavirus that had just been observed in Austin, Texas. A few days later, Austin reported their first hospitalization due to COVID. And since that time, we've experienced closures, virtual school, vaccinations, masks, and having to adjust to a new normal. Just yesterday, Travis County ended all COVID-19 orders, which were first issued on the same day Austin ISD closed schools in 2020. We recognize the immense toll that has been taken on our staff, community, and students these last 2 years. I also want to honor and recognize and never forget the 5 Austin ISD staff and 1 City of Austin crossing guard who passed away due to COVID on these last 2 years. And I want to reiterate what Dr. Desmer Walk shared yesterday, that quote, "We have not eliminated the virus, but adapted to it. We now have knowledge and tools to fight COVID-19 when we are called to do so. Austin ISD will continue to offer testing, and we plan on being a partner for vaccinations when they become available for our youngest children. And when the need arises, Austin ISD has the plan in place to continue to combat COVID in the community and keep our students and staff safe." And I want to thank our superintendent and the board for doing the right thing with masking as part of a layered approach when it was needed for the health and safety of our most vulnerable. And I'd be remiss if I didn't thank our teachers, our staff, our principals who managed so many different challenges during the last 2 years above and beyond just the educational outcomes for our children. Finally, next Thursday, March 31st, is Cesar Chavez Day. At Austin ISD, we will be celebrating Dolores Huerta and Cesar Chavez Day on Friday, April 1st. And while the district will not have school that day, this will not be a day off, but rather a day on. In addition to providing time for teacher planning on this day, district campuses and central office will work in service to the community through volunteer work and service projects. And this board is proud to be a district that gives back to the community and recognizes the contributions that Dolores Huerta and Cesar Chavez made to our nation. So trustees, at this time, I'd like to ask some of my colleagues to provide committee reports. So Trustee Ashe, can you share the policy report and the report for the Austin Education Fund?
Certainly, thank you. I will start with the Board Policy Committee, which convened a meeting at 10:30 on Friday, February 25th. Myself, as well as Trustee Foster and Trustee Boswell, were present. And also present from administration were Dr. Laura Stout, Dr. Gloria Williams, Alejandro Delgado, Dr. Andrew Lyons, Katie Castevens, Dr. Jacob Reach, and Edna Butts. And I am going to take a moment, as I did tell these incredible employees, and I hope that some of them, if they're not in this room, are watching. As somebody who has served on the policy committee for a while, I would like to recognize the amount of work that has gone in the presentations that take place on the policy committee meetings. It is impressive, to say the least. It is well thought out, and it is extensive, so that when we are bringing policy changes to our fellow trustees, I can tell you that there is a lot of conversation and a lot of information that goes into these changes. And just would like to thank all of the administrators who came, because what is supposed to last an hour traditionally lasts 2 at least. Because we are so grateful for all of the information that always brings good questions and good dialogue. And I would be remiss not to tell them thank you, because I know how much that takes, how much time that takes in order for them to prepare for these meetings. And at this time, just thought I would recognize Trustee Boswell or Trustee Foster if there's anything they wanted to say about that too, because we've all remarked upon it in our meetings.
Yeah, I would just affirm what you're saying, the quality and quantity and thoughtfulness and engagement with the community of all the information that is coming to us again and again and again is really powerful, and it gives me real confidence that we're shaping policies that are in harmony and in collaboration with all the different kinds of expertise that our community brings, from the administration to the board to our community, and it's really fantastic, and I know it takes a lot. That's not the easy way to do it, but it's a way that I really feel is informing our policy and making it stronger. So thank you to everyone who's doing that.
Yep.
Ever the wordsmith, Trustee Foster. Thank you. But I thank you guys for tolerating that and the point of privilege. I'll start with what was the GPA Class Ranking Committee and the presentation by Dr. Stout. They have been working on this for quite some time with the committee, and they provided us a written and oral report on the progress of the GPA Class Ranking Committee. Dr. Stout reported that the committee has come to a consensus that the cutoff date for determining the valedictorian and salutatorian and honors awards should be at the end of the third 9 weeks. So I'm going to probably repeat this a couple of times. Please understand, too, we know that there will be a lot of community engagement around this to help people understand. So the consensus was that the cutoff date for determining the valedictorian, salutatorian, and honor awards would be at the end of the third 9 weeks. The committee also agreed that the change in the policy should apply to students entering 9th grade in 2025 and 2026. So I'm going to say that again. That the change in the policy would apply to students entering grade 9 in 2025, 2026. So that it has people that are already in high school understand that this will not impact them as it currently stands. The policy will stand in place. And I wanted to make sure that I was very clear about that, as we may have some seniors, my daughter included, who might be listening to this. She's not listening. I love her. She's not listening. Who might be listening and thinking, does this apply to them? No, it does not. Again, it would apply to students entering 9th grade in 2025-26. The policy change will be presented to the full board for action in April. So please expect to see it at the information session and then at the subsequent vote. The committee continues to discuss whether students taking high school courses in middle school should be able to take the courses pass-fail, or whether those grades should count towards their GPA. The data that was presented to the committee indicates that 4,980 middle school students dropped their high school courses. And it is a significant number. It is one that we found was very interesting at a time when we had some questions. It was interesting to hear the information that was coming from the committee versus the data that was presented versus what is the best interest of students. So what we determined was that we are not at a space yet where we would make a determination on that part of the policy, and that we will continue to explore that with Dr. Stout and her team. The next thing that we discussed was the Student Code of Conduct. I'm going to take another personal point of privilege and tell you how excited I am for all of my colleagues to see the Student Code of Conduct that is coming to us in June. I might add, that is the first time since I've sat on the board that I can tell you that the Student Code of Conduct is going to be able to come to us in June, and I am so excited and so proud. I will also tell you it's lovely, and they're not even done yet, and I'm already so happy and excited to see the advances that have been made by Dr. Williams and her team. She shared a draft of the new Student Code of Conduct, which was that was developed after extensive input from CACs, which are Campus Advisory Councils, the District Advisory Committee, the Special Education Advisory Council, students, including students at the Alternative Learning Center, and the Safe Alliance Expect Respect. The proposed new Student Code of Conduct is readable. It is, and they're still working on it. So please understand, this is just the first part of it. I apologize for being almost giddy. I am very excited that we have a document that I feel is taking us to the goal of it being a useful document for our students and families. So very excited about that. We also received an update on enrollment from Alejandro Delgado and Dr. Andrew Lyons, and they presented data that indicates that close to half of Austin families are not attending their neighborhood schools. And the data was also broken down by Black, Hispanic, White, Asian, economically and non-economically disadvantaged students, as well as their enrollment in schools that are high economically economically disadvantaged versus more affluent schools, and by the TEA rating. So it was a lot of data. I want to say it was a good quarter-inch thick presentation. Again, so much work going into that information being brought to us, and it's still in its exploratory phase. The information will help the district determine whether any changes in policy are indicated, and data regarding the same student groups who apply and enroll in our 3 magnet schools was also shared with the committee. I do want to make just kind of another interesting piece that is not in my notes, but that I remembered, is that our elementary schools tend to have more people who do attend their assigned schools. It's actually our secondary schools that have a lot more movement in them, and that was also very interesting. The last thing that we discussed was the committee was informed that the principals completed a survey on whether they recommended changes to the policy FNCE local, which has to do with cell phone use. And their responses and possible revisions to the policy will be presented to the committee at its next meeting, which was scheduled for April the 1st, but is now currently being explored for a different date, potentially April the 6th. And then we adjourned around 2 o'clock. So we had a lot. Just get used to that. Policy committee's doing a lot of work. And now I will tell you a little bit about the Austin Ed Fund. They also met the week of February the 28th, and the Ed Fund hosted a special board meeting and a session for funding and service provider partners to share information on the AISD budget. Participants heard a presentation from Dr. Elizalde and Chief Ramos and participated in discussions very similar to what we had at our budget workshop and other times that we have discussed the budget here. It was very helpful for them to understand the realities of our financial situations and our situation, and we received a lot of positive feedback from the Ed Fund board members. The Ed Fund is proud to provide support for AISD's African American Heritage Celebration and Pride Week, which I don't know if people knew that they did that. And thank you to the nearly 200 donors that helped the Austin Ed Fund raise over $58,000 during Amplify Austin. And we are especially grateful to the RAO, and I apologize if I'm mispronouncing that, it's spelled RAO, family, for the generous matching gift that encouraged community support. The Austin Ed Fund's Amplify Austin campaign will remain open through the end of December. And the next regular meeting of the Austin Ed Fund Board will be on Thursday, March 31st.
Thank you. Trustees, are there any other committee reports to share tonight? If not, I was going to ask Trustee Ashley if she wants to repeat her report again to make sure. I think she's declined, so I'm going to move to the next item, which is under the superintendent's report. Dr. Elizalde.
So this is the part of the meeting that I certainly enjoy. So we're going to do some accolades, and as everyone knows, we are continuing to work on what we like to say is we're going to keep working till we can have it all in Austin ISD. And I know sometimes we're not hitting the mark, and every day we're going to work on getting better, and that is, we're not going to change the goal. We're going to continue to stay focused on making sure we have it all for all of our students, for all of our staff, for our families. So this week, I want to tell you about some of our outstanding kiddos, some students who are innovating in ways that I think even when I started teaching, I would never have imagined students would be able to do. So tonight, I'll start with sharing the stories of 2 impressive Austin ISD students. First, Azil Rawashde, a senior at Anderson High School. She has been awarded, and I'm going to say it very slowly because y'all are going to say I heard wrong. She has been awarded $80,000 for a clever invention, a safe and highly effective mosquito pesticide made from common household essential oils and baker's yeast. Azil calls her creation the larvicidal Trojan horse, because the technology tricks mosquito larvae into eating essential oils that are deadly to them. This award was presented through the prestigious Regeneron Science Talent Search of 2022, where Asil earned 6th place. Congratulations to Asil, her family, her teachers, her school, Anderson High School. $80,000. $80,000. All right. Can't wait to see what Asil will accomplish in the next few years, right? Next, I'd like to recognize a 4th grader, Elliot Ma of Bear Creek Elementary School. As we're getting this slide up, I hope, and just there we go. Look at this little guy. Elliot loves to code and wants to spread that love to his fellow students. You're not going to believe this. Well, I think many of us now know it can be done. He started coding in kindergarten and said, I just did it and I kind of fell in love with it. He loved it so much that he started a YouTube channel to teach other students how to code. Well, then his mom encouraged him to enter his YouTube videos to the Class Intercom 2022 Content Generation Award. And he is now a finalist where he's competing against high schoolers. You can find out more about Elliot's project and vote for him on our very own Austin ISD homepage. Go vote for Elliot. I'd also like to give a very special shout out to one of our 5th grade teachers at Barbara Jordan Elementary School, Mr. Jose Rodriguez. Before spring break, our Jordan Elementary Principal Adrienne Williams, reached out to let us know just how important Mr. Rodriguez's quick thinking resulted in saving the life of one of our students. A student in Mr. Rodriguez's class began choking on a water bottle cap, but it was Mr. Rodriguez being able to perform calmly the Heimlich maneuver and remove the object from the student's throat. When the firefighters walked out of the classroom, they noted that it was his quick actions that very likely, undoubtedly, saved the life of this precious student. We are very thankful for the work of Mr. Rodriguez, and I'm quite sure that our student and his family are very thankful as well. Also, our district recently observed Career and Technical Education Appreciation Week. And earlier today, I had the pleasure of surprising 2 of our very stellar, I know we have many, but today we found 2 of our stellar CTE instructors with one of our Golden Rave Awards. So I was out at McCallum Knights. What a beautiful school. The antiqueness of that building just, you know, it just, I don't know, you see the wood. Maybe not everyone felt that way, but I did. And let me tell you, that facility looks so well maintained inside. The custodians truly have done a phenomenal job with that facility. I got greeted by students who were just lovely to interact with. I wanted to stay there instead of being here. Don't know why anyone would think that. But so we visited McCallum High School to meet with engineering teacher Ms. Andrea Moyers, who has served Austin ISD for 21 years. Now you can see her picture. She must have been 12 when she started. She is a Career and Technical Education Department Chair, and she sponsors the robotics team. And in fact, that robotics team is competing in the 2022 U.S. Open Robotics VEX Robotics High School Championship next week. She also provides training for new engineering teachers in the summer and supports getting more women and girls, yes, into STEM and into engineering. We are so thankful to have Ms. Moyers in Austin ISD. It was lovely to be in her classroom today. The students were actually taking one of their industry certifications tests when I walked in, which is timed. So they were like, shh, as they were trying to concentrate. When you think about an unassuming teacher who is just always focused on students, Ms. Moyers is the epitome of that description. Prior to that, I had been over at LBJ with Dr. Welch, and we were having a hard time finding the teacher I was going to award because Mr. Fletcher was all over the place trying to help a substitute that was there. And so, and we wanted to surprise him because these are supposed to be surprises. So finally I just said, I'm going to come into his classroom and I'm going to sit at his desk. And when he walks in, and sure enough, he walked in and he was like, wait, what is going on? So I want to recognize Mr. John Fletcher, who wears many hats at LBJ as the CTE project specialist, the business teacher, and the department chair. He's been instrumental in strengthening and expanding the CTE programs at LBJ. Mr. Fletcher keeps himself busy coordinating student job fairs, submitting and winning numerous grant applications, and equipping students with hands-on industry experience that sets them up to step directly into lucrative careers. And recently, as if everything I just described wasn't enough, Mr. Fletcher took on a new role as the boys' junior varsity basketball coach. Why? Because someone needed to do it, and that is who John Fletcher is. When there is a need, he raises his hand and says, I'll do it. So Mr. Fletcher is preparing the next generation of leaders and ethical business professionals. And while that was supposed to be the end, I then remembered that today I was able to participate in a luncheon where one of our Ann Richards students, a senior, Cielo, let me say that correctly again, Cielo Reyes was awarded a philanthropic recognition. She's a senior at Ann Richards, and she started a toy drive for children at Dell because she spent quite a bit of time in the hospital when her brother had been ill. And she noticed that sometimes children didn't have toys. So she's put together a group of about 6 or 7 young ladies at Ann Richards, and she was recognized in a ballroom today of probably over, I would say, 700 to 800 people. And all of the awards went to adults except this one that went to Cielo Reyes. I got to meet her and her parents, who were obviously very proud. She's a reflection, certainly first and foremost, of her first teachers, her parents, and then, of course, of our school district. She was a student at Blanton and then joined Ann Richards. So I was really excited to be able to witness her get a standing ovation from the audience. So shout out to her. And then lastly, because it's like hot off the press, but I think it's important to note, under Alejandro Delgado's leadership, he's constantly pushing all of us on, where are your kids? How many have you gotten registered for next year? How many do you got committed? Building the relationships and the engagement component that you all have absolutely expected and tasked us to do. He obviously takes very seriously. So I want to let you know that we started with an 80% goal for every campus, meaning that students that are currently there are committing to coming back the following school year. And we do that in advance, and you build up that relationship. Well, with that said, I want you to know that today, Cook Elementary is the very first campus in Austin ISD that did not meet 80%. They actually exceeded that and have 90% of the students registered for next school year as of yesterday. And specifically, Mr. Delgado wanted to give a huge shout out, of course, to the principal, Ms. Priscilla Sanchez Emamnian, along with the workers on the ground. A huge shout out to Margarita Puente, the registrar and the clerk, and Analeli Lopez Tavera, the parent support specialist. Not a surprise that those two individuals are so integral because they've driven these results. And a particular note, all of our community, our neighborhood schools can achieve this. Cook Elementary is 92% economically disadvantaged. So if Cook Elementary can do it, we know our schools can all our schools can. So I personally want to thank certainly the leadership at the campus, and I want to thank Mr. Delgado for continually putting that in front of us and here's where we are today, and here's where we are tomorrow. So it is going to take all of us working together, but we know we can do it one school at a time, building these relationships with our communities. So thank you for allowing me to spend some joyous opportunities to steal the word, Mr. Miles, that's resonating with me. The joy that I get to serve this community, and I thank you all for allowing me to do so.
Thank you, Dr. Elizalde. Well, trustees, are there any questions? I'll recognize Secretary Singh.
Not a question, but I'm so excited to hear about Cook, because I have to brag, and you know what I'm going to say probably, that their principal was my 4th grade student 100 years ago. Yes, and Donna ISD, and she was my star student, and now she's one of our star principals. So I'm so proud of you, Prissy. Thank you.
I don't want to miss this opportunity. I think we have a video of our $80,000 winner. And I'm looking at my text because they said, remember, we have the video. So let's take a moment. I want to make sure this is too important. Yeah. Thank you.
Essential oils fight malaria. If you ask 17-year-old Asil Rawajde from Austin, Texas, who discovered an inexpensive way to kill the larvae of mosquitoes that spread viral illnesses such as malaria, the answer is yes.
I did this because mosquitoes are the most dangerous animal on Earth. They kill over 1 million people every year and cause hundreds of millions of cases of long-term illnesses like paralysis, microcephaly, and developmental delays. The problem here is that these illnesses currently don't have many treatments. And as a result, we rely almost entirely on mosquito vector control or population management in order to prevent these diseases.
Inspired by the socioeconomic nature of the issue and her desire to contribute solutions tailored to low-income regions where mosquito-borne diseases is endemic, Rawajde incorporated 3 essential oils into baker's yeast microcapsules, which the larvae eat.
I synthesized a new mosquito larvicide by loading common household essential oils into Saccharomyces cerevisiae or baker's yeast cells using no synthetic chemicals or inaccessible equipment. In my experimental larvicide assessments, the 3 essential oils that worked were cinnamon, garlic, and orange oil. And I completed about 700 total bioassays throughout my research.
Why is yeast the best carrier for the essential oils?
In this case, yeast is advantageous because it stabilizes the volatile essential oil in a protective shell, and it has a high loading capacity, and mosquito larvae prefer to consume the yeast, creating a Trojan horse effect.
The result? Asil demonstrated the high toxicity of the 3 essential oils to targeted mosquito larvae and found that ingesting the oils prevented any surviving larvae from developing into mosquitoes. The novel yeast larvicide helps lower the human and economic costs of mosquito-borne diseases in regions like Brazil, the Philippines, India, and South Africa, where mosquito treatment methods are costly or ineffective. In addition, Asil found that her larvicides, encapsulated oils, appear to be harmless to nearby algae and non-targeted insect larvae, but this still must be tested in a natural ecosystem.
By integrating this larvicide with existing mosquito control methods such as genetic modification and biological control, humanity can be one step closer to eliminating the deadliest animal on Earth.
As a result of this research, Rawajde won 6th place in the Regeneron Science Talent Search, the nation's oldest and most prestigious science and math competition for high school seniors. She hopes to be a similar source of inspiration for other young scientists who need to feel represented and understood.
Thank you, Dr. Elizalde. The trustees, any questions? I see none. So our next item is a scorecard update on student outcomes. And tonight we will be reviewing the middle of the year progress for our 3rd grade students in math. Dr. Elizalde.
Thank you, President Rodriguez, members of the board. As our Chief Academic Officer and our Associate Superintendent for elementary schools come forward, just want to remind everyone, we will go over some of the data at the very beginning that you've seen many times a little quicker so that we can have the conversations about the new data that are being presented here. And so we do have, I'll prep you now, we do have a little lesson. And as much as I wanted to play teacher, I think Gilbert is going to play teacher. We were arm wrestling, but Mr. Hicks is going to take it from me, even though I really want to do it. And there's no guarantee that I won't jump in anyway. So with that, I'll turn it over to Chief Casas and Mr. Hicks.
Yes. Good evening, Board President Rodriguez, Dr. Elizalde, and our Board of Trustees. Today we're here to talk about scorecard goal number 3, which is students identified as economically disadvantaged demonstrating achievement on our 3rd grade state assessment. And so you see in the first table that at the end of 2019, we were at 39%, and at the end of 2021, we were at 11%. And then for today's conversation, we're talking about the progress measures, which are goal progress measure 3.1, are African American students identified as economically disadvantaged, and goal progress measure 3.2, which is Hispanic students identified as economically disadvantaged. And so if we'll go to the next page. And so the top graph shows the assessment of our state assessment, and you see in the red from the state last year, given the impact of the pandemic, the state went from 40 to 20%. That's a 20-point gap. And in Austin ISD, we went from 39% to 11, which is the blue dots. So we had a larger drop in scores at 28%. And then for tonight's progress monitoring, we're looking at from beginning of the year to middle of the year data. And so at the beginning of the year, we had our African American students were scoring, 4% of our students were scoring on grade level. And at middle of the year, there's a 7-point gain. So we doubled the scores. 11% of our students are now on grade level. And for our Hispanic students, we went from 6% on grade level to 15% on grade level. And then so as we've done every month, we disaggregate the data by all student groups so that we can have comparison data. And so you see in the middle column, we went from the beginning of the year to the middle of the year. So at the all level, we went from 29% to 40% of our students being on grade level, and then disaggregated by economically disadvantaged and non-economically disadvantaged. We see a wide gap. 18% of our students identified as economically disadvantaged are on grade level compared to our non-economically disadvantaged students, which is 55% on grade level. And then similar to much of the data that we see every month, it doesn't matter what grade, what content, we still see the large gaps between our student groups. And so despite class, our white students that are economically disadvantaged continue to outperform our non-economically disadvantaged African American and Hispanic students. What I do want to point out is that we dug deep into the student data, and so the percent of students are determined by the RIT score that they get at the beginning of the year. And so looking at the cutoff score for being on grade level, the number is 203. So we looked at individual students because we wondered, well, how many students were like 1 to 2 or 3 points away from being on grade level? And we found that of the students that are identified economically disadvantaged, there's 144 students that are within 1, 2, or 3 points from being on grade level, which is pretty exciting because then that number, had those students made those additional gains, would have gone from 18% to 25%. So that's promising, knowing that we're looking at it all the way down to the student level. And so as promised, we continue to disaggregate the data a little further. The next table shows the percent of students meeting their growth target. So at the beginning of the year, students who have a score are giving a growth target. So if they were progressing on target with how their peers would be progressing, they get a growth target measure. And so we see in the second table that the percent of students who met their growth target is at the all is 69%, and then you see a smaller gap there with our economically disadvantaged students at 68%, meeting their growth target, and 70% of our non-economically disadvantaged students. And then similar to some of the other data that we looked at, the group that's meeting the lowest percent of growth target is our students who receive special education services. And so we see the gap starting to shrink a little. And then the next one is really exciting because not only are we looking at the students who are meeting their growth targets, but we want to see all students who are making growth because we've committed to really celebrating all growth and students really progressing in their knowledge and the work that our teachers are doing. And so you start to see these numbers. These are really exciting, 90% or above in almost every student group of the students that are making growth from beginning of the year to the middle of the year. And so while we're not at on track, we can say that we are developing because we see the growth and the students growing, and we see the efforts of our teachers really making sure that our students are learning and trying to get back on grade level for this year. Okay, and then so we say that we are developing. While we're not on target, we are developing. And the next section gets into the systemic changes that we're making. And so while we know the best predictor of student outcomes is teacher efficacy, and so here you see the systemic changes that we've gone over from month to month. And so with that, we're going to jump into the activity. So Jacob, if you'll pull up the other presentation. And Mr. Hicks is going to jump in. And
okay. Good evening, President Rodriguez, Dr. Elizalde, and members of the board. The so what part of what Ms. Casas is talking about with regards to the MAP data is our classroom support and resources that we utilize. Moving from the PLCs to the classroom. Remember, PLCs are our professional learning communities that occur throughout our district, and they have been a cornerstone of our work around leverage leadership throughout this entire school year. On this slide that you're looking at right now, it's an example from Lala Odom Elementary School of how the work of PLCs transfers directly into the classroom and impacts the learning experiences of our students. So on that first particular chart, you'll see it's called a no-show chart. And what it does is it indicates how teachers work together to unpack the standards or to deconstruct the TEKSs. I have to be sure to say TEKS and not TEKS for my boss, because we're expected to, it's what students are expected to know and show and how they're expected to demonstrate mastery. What teachers do is they sit together and they actually go through the entire standard and look at the nouns and the verbs, and they determine what they are expecting to see in the classroom at a very high level. So using that understanding, teachers then facilitate instruction that supports students as they build meaning and increase their understanding of the concept or skill. And they make their learning public, as you can see in the middle chart, by creating anchor charts or other visuals that are usually collaboratively developed with students and teachers. And they serve as scaffolds for students. Many times when we visit classrooms, we'll ask the question of students, is there anything in the classroom that's helping you to learn? And it really warms your heart when students look around and they'll say, point to something, or they'll take you over to visit the anchor chart and they'll explain to you how they use that anchor chart. And then what's really nice about that is maybe when that anchor chart is not available during an assessment later in the year that we all know is coming in May, that they can visualize that that anchor chart is there and they'll just kind of remember what it said and then utilize that. So the anchor charts are really, really important. Lastly, our goal is always to support the development of independent learners, just like Zaretta Hammond has taught us in culturally responsive teaching and the brain. So the last image illustrates how students are given the opportunity to take ownership of their learning as they process and build meaning via the student task. So you can see students on the floor working together in groups to bring the no-show chart and the anchor charts to life with the task that they're performing there around addition and subtraction strategies. We know that making growth personal and consistently focusing on developing independent learners who can show mastery in a variety of ways leads to increased self-efficacy as well. Students will do very well when they begin to believe that they can do it and they internalize that feeling of confidence. So as Zaretta Hammond writes, students with increased brain power can accelerate their own learning. They know how to learn new content and they understand how to improve their less robust skills. So the next slide. One instructional strategy that we know supports student mastery of math is concrete to abstract thinking. It's a very high-level skill and it's very research-driven that we move from concrete to abstract. The use of math manipulatives is a key way in mathematics to be effective in the implementation of concrete to abstract strategies. Manipulatives help students learn by allowing them to move from concrete experiences to abstract reasoning, and experts in education assert that this learning takes place in 3 stages. So without going into a lot of detail about how each one of the stages looks, that you can look at the representation here in the middle. The concrete stage is introduced with manipulatives. Students explore the concept using manipulatives in very purposeful ways that are shown on the slide. So you see them working in small groups and they have templates and various other tools to assist them with making sense with the manipulatives. And that moves to the representational stage. A mathematical concept is represented using pictures of some sort to stand for the concrete objects. So we're beginning to move from concrete to that middle stage of representation, then to abstract after that. Students demonstrate how they can both visualize and communicate the concept at a pictorial level. It's showed on the right side of the anchor chart that you can see on the right of the screen. And then we're going to be moving into the abstract stage after that, where students are going to be using mathematical symbols, numerals and operations and signs, and that's used to express the concept in symbolic language. And students demonstrate their understanding of the mathematical concept using the language of mathematics, and we'll see what this looks like in a moment. So the progression from concrete to abstract, in the case of the problem that student was working on just a moment ago, allows our 3rd grade students to build their understanding of division as a mathematical concept. And we'll go into more talk about 1 and 2 step problems and how that works in just a moment. You can go back to the slide. So we are going to jump into the problem. I was kind of rushing to get to that because I know that that's what the meat and potatoes is tonight. So I'm going to go into teacher mode, and we won't talk about how long it's been since I've been in that for real, but it's with my career, I will have to say. So you have been given some tools that you're not to touch yet. I think you have a dry erase board, and you have a plastic baggie of materials, so you have a problem there, this problem here. And then I just want to tell you that we thought about it today, and we pared down the amount of manipulatives that we were going to give you, because if you were an actual 3rd grade student, we would give you more choice. So you would have had this bag with what you have right now, and you would have had to make decisions about which manipulatives you were going to use. But in the interest of time, we didn't do that. So,
in other words, you didn't think we were as smart as our current 3rd graders to be able to pick what we... I get it. It's okay, Mr. Hicks. I understand.
So if you're looking, the problem on this slide is one of the 3rd grade items from the most recent district level short cycle assessment. And the TEKS text that's being assessed here, 3.5B, is to represent and solve 1 and 2 step multiplication and division problems within 100 using arrays, strip diagrams, and equations. So we wanted to give you the opportunity to experience what our 3rd grade students experienced just a few short weeks ago. You have both the problem, like I said, and some mathematical tools available to help you solve the problem. So put yourself in the shoes of a 3rd grade student and think as they think. Don't just jump out and say, I know what it is, and start raising your hand. I'm not going to call on you just yet. But please work the problem using the tools that you have available in about 2 minutes. You have a dry erase board if you choose to use that. You have dry erase markers in the bag. You have the manipulatives there. You have the problem that you can write on, and you can utilize whatever tools you'd like to use to do that. You may begin now. You may open your baggie, students. And of course, if I could, I would monitor, but while you're working, know that the problem does read, Gina has 42 mushrooms to put into 6 salads. She wants to put the same number of mushrooms in each salad. Which strip diagram shows how to find the number of mushrooms that Gina should put in each salad? You have 4 choices.
The teacher in me wants to get up and walk around and see how I can help you.
That's what I know. It's
It's hard sitting here.
It's very, very difficult to sit, but we'll take about 30 more seconds to, I think that we're doing some. So we know that there are a number of different ways that we can solve our problems. We have a lot of different strategies that we can utilize. So there are only various ways that we are going to show them. So about 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. What we'll do instead of having everyone just share out loud is we'll take volunteers and we can have one person or 2 perhaps just quickly share their thinking and how they decided that they were going to solve it. So do we have a brave soul or should I pull a popsicle stick? Okay, thank you, Trustee Boswell.
Oh, thank you. I took my mushrooms out of the bag that look a little more like cheese. I like cheese in my salad too, but and I made 4 square salad bowls. I don't know if you can see. They're going to fall off. 4 square. They are not really salad bowls, but maybe they're modern square salad bowls. And counted my mushrooms out one by one and put 1 in each all the way around till I had 7 in each bowl.
And how many bowls did you make?
I made 6 bowls.
6 bowls, yes. Okay.
Because I saw it told me 6 salads, so I made 6 salads. I got my 6 salads and my 42 mushrooms, and then I distributed them around and around till my mushrooms were gone, and then counted.
So which answer choice would you choose?
I would choose A.
Okay. Let's have one more share out.
I don't know. Kind of looking for instant feedback. And I will say, Mr. Hicks, I did get the chance to see you acting as a teacher when I did a visit with you. And you noticed a student in the back who was struggling and the teacher hadn't noticed yet. And I just happened to get lucky enough to see you sitting next to him and working with him. And I've only known you as an administrator, and it was really fun to see you and then talk to you later about your time teaching math. So
well,
thank you.
I love it.
All right, so I'll go. I drew salad bowls and little mushrooms, and next to each mushroom, the number 7, because I realized, oh, right, it's not 42 in each bowl. No, really, the struggle is real.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah. So there you go.
Well, thank you. So you just had a moment to begin to feel like a third grade student feels when they're doing this problem. And you think about the actual the state assessment, they'll have somewhere in the neighborhood of 40 problems to solve. I don't know the exact number, but it's something like that. And that's a day-long event for them. So thank you for indulging us with that.
And let me just add a couple of things. So traditionally, many of us, even in teacher preparation programs, rather than having a contextualized problem, we would have seen 42 divided by 6 equals. And so, unfortunately, sometimes test prep materials are written in 42 divided by 6 equals. And so we have students doing repetitive operations that are minus context, that are minus a real-world setting. And so that's not what's on an SAT or an ACT. That's not what's on an industry certification assessment. So while it's true that's also not on STAR, we all know it's not about STAR. If we teach the concept of this particular skill, then students are able to see this and actually visualize it. So the form that Trustee Boswell, you were using, because it had representations that had 3 dimensions, we would actually call that semi-concrete, because you could still touch and feel. Trustee Lugo had moved into more semi-abstract because it was all 2-dimensional. It was pictorial. And so that's what we want students to be able to move through, as opposed to student memorizes 42 divided by 6 equals 7, but doesn't know what that represents. Then you get a real world problem and you're like, well, I know what 42 divided by 6 is, but I don't know if that's what I'm supposed to do here. Am I supposed to add? Am I supposed to subtract? Am I supposed to, because you can't visualize the actual, it's the thinking before the operation that is part of this particular knowledge and skills statement. And so this is an excellent example of too many times we think 42 divided by 6 equals 7. There's nothing up there that says that. It's, can we help students actually work through and develop the concept? And sometimes we think that total abstract of 42 divided by 6 equals 7 is high order. It's actually not higher order thinking if you cannot create a concrete representation. So if you have an abstract algorithm and you cannot create a concrete model of that algorithm, you actually don't have an understanding of the abstract. But if you can take the concrete, you can move students to the abstract much faster than trying to start from the abstract and working our way towards concrete. The research has been really clear about this, but many of us, when we were taught or when we were in teacher preparation programs, this wasn't an area of focus. This is also why many of us might have said we weren't math people, because this was not the way in which we weren't engaged in the work. So the real intent here is to make sure that students are actively participating in their learning, not whether it's math or reading. Educational learning is not a spectator sport. You don't learn how to read by watching someone read. You don't learn how to do math by watching someone do math. It is in engaging in the work and that discovery.
So, thank you. The next slide. I just wanted to show you quickly a student at Pecan Springs working through this same problem. In case you aren't aware, we do have every school in the district that has their own problem-solving guide. They don't have uniform problem-solving guides, but they do have one. So here at Pecan Springs, the example that you're seeing is the SOAR problem-solving guide that they have, and it's an acronym that stands for Study, Organize, Act, and Reflect. And you'll see the young man, and that it's a wordy explanation there of what it is, but students utilize it all year long. And you'll see in the middle, again, another example of the student beginning to internalize that, going from concrete to abstract, as he, and two-dimensional, semi-abstract, semi-concrete, and all of that as he works through the problem. So there's a template on the right-hand side of the screen. And you'll notice on the organized section that he utilized a strip, a bar strip, and then put the salads, the 6 salad bowls and the 7 mushrooms, and did all the commutative property of multiplication and everything to show that he really understood that 6 times 7 is 42, 7 times 6 is 42, 42 divided by 6 is 7, 42 divided by 7 is 6, and he really, really did understand that. And then you'll see at the very end on the reflect part on the right-hand side that he drew that out and said, there. And I have been at that school before, and they're very consistent with the use of the problem-solving guide. So moving to our last slide, Dr. Elizalde began to hit on this a little bit with the conceptualization attainment. And I'm going to ask you to click, and I'll tell you when to click in just a moment. But the ultimate goal is for students to attain conceptual understanding that allows them to be very accurate and efficient and confident in solving problems and showing mastery of grade level expectations. So you can see this problem. Cassandra used all the balloons in 11 packages to decorate for a party, and there were 6 balloons in each package, and half the balloons in each package were red. And then the equation, which equation can be used to find the total number of red balloons Cassandra used, then you have the examples. But the concern here is that we need to be sure that students truly understand exactly what it is that the problem is asking for them. Remember, this is 3rd grade. So abstract level thinking about the word half is required in order for the student to be very accurate in solving this problem. So if you'll click right now, you'll see that we want to be sure that the student understands what that means. We usually, as adults, will know that a half means a half and that it relates to division. So we did quickly think about 2 groups. But we cannot make assumptions when it comes to working with our students. So for instructional purposes, there is a better way to teach this problem rather than just saying, which equation and having them begin to figure that out and to work kind of in a way that's not going to help them develop that conceptual understanding. So if you will click twice for me, Jacob, what we prefer to do is to not give them the answer choices first and to have them begin to really think through the problem and to write an equation that will help them to find the total number of balloons. This will lend itself to students working together and utilizing many of the same tools that we have here right now, the whiteboards and everything else to make that happen. So click one more time. On the SCA 3 that we just took, we had about 48.2% of our students answer this question correctly. And so we're going to reteach that problem whole class because our goal is to make sure that we're above 50%. And then eventually we want to move towards 100%, of course, by doing that. So 48.2%, if you click again, did choose that correct answer of B, but we want to move to 100% by working in small groups with them to make that happen. So our teachers are excellent. They're leaning in to assist our students with attaining mastery with some very rigorous SEs, as you can see, student expectations here in 3rd grade. The Office of School Leadership and Academics are going to continue to work together to ensure that we have total alignment of standards, instruction, and assessment in the IPGs to make all of this come to life and not simply teach to the test, but instead to ensure that we have conceptualization attainment. So thank you, and that concludes the presentation.
Let's see, trustees, now is the time for us to ask questions on the current vision. Our goal tonight is monitoring and ensuring our reality matches the vision presented. And when asking questions, we should try to focus on the data presented, asking questions about who, what, why, and how. And I'll just take a point of personal privilege. I just want to know what the answer is to that last slide. 'Cause I was working it through.
That was B, wasn't it?
11 times 6. Divided by 2 is 33. Is that, okay.
So we're good at analysis, not the numbers.
Got it. Yeah,
I
thank
think
you.
that if you can put it up for a second, I think it's really important. Let me underscore, when a student or any of us say the answer is A or B or C or D, I know nothing about what that student is thinking. So I cannot help with misconceptions as a classroom teacher if I don't know what the thinking is. Now, in the old days, they'd say, you have to show all your work. We have to do that now in ways that engage students, not just saying you have to show all your work, but rather, that's why we said remove those. So before you get to, and that is exactly what happens, is you start working through like, well, let me see, 11 packages, there's 6 in each package, that's 66, half of the balloons were red. Okay, it's 33. But that's not actually the question, right? The question isn't asking what's the answer. The question is, what is the equation? And in this particular one, because the answers are different, you would be able to discern, which is also sometimes why when you're creating distractors on multiple choice questions, you would want to have had 33 with an incorrect equation as one of the other answer choices. Because that way you know, well, the student came up with 33, but they didn't use an equation that actually gives you 33. Mm-hmm. And so therefore you go, oh, they understand this part, this is the part. So sometimes we think they don't know anything, and that's not true. Our students know a lot. It's what are the pieces that they're missing or that we need to just correct, and you correct that one misconception portion, and then it makes sense to them, and then they're good to go because they have some anchors on how to connect. You know, it's very interesting that our brains work best when in comparison to something. When we give them just one thing, you aren't able to compare and contrast it to anything. So it actually, the brain research is it actually doesn't become a part of your long-term memory. So anytime we're actually providing them an opportunity to engage so that they're comparing and contrasting different ways of thinking is how they're going to create those long-term understandings as opposed to just memorizing algorithms.
So trustees, questions? Trustee Boswell.
I appreciate this, all of it, the experimentation with the materials and all the data that you have pulled together and how you're showing it to us. And I would say I feel simultaneously encouraged to see such a strong repair compared to what we've seen, and you know, feeling very serious that I know we still have a really long way to go. And Dr. Elizalde, I would love for you to explain again kind of the differences between math and reading in terms of the gaps that students had during the pandemic, because the learning is different, the tests are different, and then what we're seeing in the growth here, which is so much stronger than the growth in reading was, and kind of help me understand how we're getting there.
Yeah, so one of the significant differences between reading and mathematics instruction and learning is that in mathematics there are specific skills that are added to each grade level. They aren't necessarily hierarchical. We used to think they were. We used to think you had to know addition before you learned subtraction because there was a kind of sequencing. And the sequencing is helpful, but we actually have some students that then really begin to understand subtraction when they get to division. So they'll go through the motions, but it's not until they get to division that they're like, oh, is this repeated subtraction? So that's what that subtraction was. So there's some hierarchical kind of semblance to mathematics, but I'm also cautious because as you learn real conceptual development, you can move past a certain skill and then actually use another skill to teach what you would have thought of as a previously needed skill. Reading, and so when I haven't been in school, in a traditional setting, it's very difficult for me to kind of learn something that's a completely new skill. And Zoom, as you can see, math is a very manipulative type of instructional experience. So Zoom did not lend itself in the same way for instruction. So I've missed a lot. But the good news to that is, so when I do begin to show up in schools and our teachers are absolutely doing phenomenal work, you fill now a skill that I didn't get before. And so what's going to happen is I'm going to start to get caught up faster. Reading is essentially, and it sounds simplistic, but it's far more complex than what I'm going to say. It is the same skill set, but with denser and more complex text and with deeper analysis, comprehension, and inferencing required. You have to draw conclusions from very complex text, T-E-X-T. So if I had already been struggling in reading, it's not that now that I haven't been in a traditional setting that I missed any skills. It's that I was already struggling with analysis of comprehension of text. I've missed those opportunities. So it's not a new skill that just needs to be filled in. I actually have to connect back to where I was prior to being out, if you will, for a period of time. I was already struggling. Now I'm feeling even more behind. And so the text has become more complex. And so it's the same skills, but because it's at another higher level, we know that
and it's our tendency, certainly it was mine before I got some professional development, to think that I needed to completely lower the level of rigor. And what the current research is actually showing is no, you actually have to go to that level of rigor for that grade level and scaffold by bringing in other texts that are related to that, but that allows the student access to have conversation about analysis, whether it's a narrative piece, an informational piece, or a poem, or a different type of genre. And so the biggest issue is, this is why the whole reading academies have been formed in Texas, is because when you are behind in reading, it is the hardest place to get caught back up. It's not about, here's a skill that's missing, let me go put it in. Whereas mathematics, there are actually skills that are different from grade level to grade level if I've missed them. So it may seem even counterintuitive, like, well, that would make it harder. No, because I never got instruction. So when you give me instruction on it, I get it and I move on. It's also much more tactile. Reading is actually much harder. I'm one of those that always thought I was actually a math science person, and I always was afraid of reading. Reading is far more abstract and complex. Math and science, you can see it, you can experience it, you can touch it. So it's actually an easier, if you will, kind of content to some extent, whereas reading is just so abstract. You're taking letters, turning them into sounds, sounds into words, words that are supposed to have meaning. You string the meanings together in sentences. It's supposed to create thoughts. I'm supposed to have experiences by reading or gaining information, and then I'm supposed to analyze that information and give you a thought or a generalization. So it's just a very different complexity, and that is part of the reason why we're working really hard to ensure that our students are on grade level no later than third grade. We know what that says about the success of students.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. I have a question. Ms. Casas, when you presented to us at the information session last week, you had a bar chart with the map, and it had diamonds that that compared us to national averages with students with similar demographics. And I remember when we first learned about MAP, that was one of the superpowers that you guys shared with us, that we could use it that way. And I would find it really helpful in these reports if we could add that either at the state level or the national level or both, just so we have a sense of where we are and you know how our district's work is doing compared to that. I really appreciated that chart. Thank you. And then the other thing is, and this is more a long-term project, we have so many fantastic partners focused on early literacy. We have, United Way, Success by Six doing early childhood work, and we have their new literacy coalition, and we have Literacy First, and, a very long list. And I wonder if it is worth having a conversation in our community about early numeracy and what might be done with children birth until the time they come to school in a similar way, especially since we know that has been lagging. And we have such a STEM-focused city in so many ways. We also have such a language, literature and politics and other thing-focused city. But really, I think we could get a lot of support for that in our community, and would love to think about what we might do with partners to make that happen.
We can certainly explore that. I think it's a great idea, and we'll start working and having conversations.
Thank you.
Trustee Singh.
Thank you. So I guess this is congrats on, the growth that we've seen. I was really happy, and I'm sure you guys were as well, to see that the majority of our students were meeting their targets and growth. So that's really cool. And it was delightful to see that there wasn't that much difference between the different demographic groups, which is the whole point of this whole thing. So, but I did want to ask, when we're measuring growth, like a student's expected growth, is it the same? Is that expectation the same for every demographic group?
No, the growth targets are set by the student's beginning their starting point. So at the beginning of the year, they received the RIT score, and then based on that RIT score, each individual student receives a growth target based on the norm reference material, so that we know where the 50th percentile is. And from there, you can make a predictor about what is an expected growth that the students would meet, and that's how each individual student has their growth target.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so so let's say you have students from two different races that started at the same point. Would their growth targets be the same? Yes. Okay, I was just making sure. That's good to know. And then I also wanted to get a sense of, I'm grateful that we have these numbers because it gives them a sense. It gives us a sense of where kids are. Of course, we know kids are way more than a number. So I'm curious to know, how are teachers, do teachers feel like these numbers accurately reflect how their students are really doing and the types of assessments, like daily, sort of formative assessments and their own observations with students?
Yeah, I certainly wouldn't be able to speak to how I think collectively 57, almost 5,800 teachers. So I would never want to say I've taken that we've done sampling to know whether they think it's accurate or not. I think it's a great point, and for further discussion on maybe some of the things we can ask to see. I think that what I would say is that's why it's important to triangulate data and not rely on one data point to draw conclusions about where any of our students are. And so, you have a map, a measure of academic progress, then we have a short cycle assessment. So those two in and of themselves are separate assessments that I think we begin to then look, does this correlate to how students are doing on a short cycle assessment? Because it can indicate if district-wide we're having an issue, maybe it was a short cycle assessment. It might not have had anything to do with the student, because the short cycle assessments are created by teachers and staff, and MAP is a nationally normed assessment. So we probably have differences with regard to that. But the short cycle assessments are important because we're assessing what we should have provided instruction on. So we don't want to test something that we haven't taught. So it's really not about testing the students, it's about testing how well are we doing in getting that information to our students. It's an assessment really of ourselves. And then lastly, we have other data points that, well, what is a grade for this student? So I think it's an excellent point. So if Stephanie has, let's say, an A in the course, in the grade level, let's say third grade math, and I've got an A, but I've got a very low MAP, and I've got a very low short cycle assessment, that becomes one of those teachers get together, what's going on here? What is it that she's able to do here but not able to do here? Because again, it could be, is she getting test anxiety before she takes something? And conversely, students that sometimes, and this happens more often than not, students aren't necessarily doing their work in class, may have a look, like there's a C or a D, but they sit down and take an assessment and it's off the charts, right? Well, is it too easy? Is the student, not connected to the work? Are they bored? Or, do we need to help them? Or is there some other wraparound service that they may need? So I think the most important thing to do is to listen to our teachers as they triangulate data together, and not absolutely want to support your statement. It cannot be one number that is telling us holistically, overgeneralizing, this is where our students are.
I appreciate that. Yeah, and I would love to be looped in if that is something that you guys start. I mean, I think it's probably more anecdotal. I think it would be really hard to kind of get that, but since y'all are in the classroom so much, I would be so curious to know what teachers think about that, how accurately these scores reflect their students. But it reminds me of, I remember when my kiddo was in third grade, I got called in because for a conference because she bombed one of her practice STAR tests. Okay, and I'm like, man. Okay, so we go in there and we're going through the test, and I was looking at her actual workbook. She had circled all the correct answers in her workbook, but it was transferring it to a stupid bubble sheet. And so I was like, okay, so I mean, these are the kinds of things, right? Because I'm thinking, man, how many interventions would they have thrown at this poor kid when it was really a bubble sheet transferring problem? And the funny thing is, one of my friends, another mom friend, said the exact same thing happened to her kid. And I was like, I hope this is not a widespread problem, but if it is, we're focused, I'm like, I would be really curious. But anyway, the other question I had was the one I always, I've got it, like, I don't have all the names of the schools right now, but we have several schools that have like 80 to 90% of students who are economically disadvantaged, African American or Hispanic, who are meeting their growth targets. So I have to ask, can we maybe, crazy idea, but is there any way that we could do like trustee small groups or invite into a board meeting a couple of these teachers who have been able to do this, just so we can hear from them, like what they're doing, what was the difference for them?
Yeah, absolutely think bringing in some teachers would be a great idea. We can look through our data. We always want to make sure that we also look at the end, not just the percentages, because we want to make sure that there is a significant number of students. But we do see some really I don't even want to use the word though outliers, but there are some places that we clearly can learn from our outstanding teachers, some of the practices that they're utilizing. And so we'll certainly put that in as a next step. I don't want to guarantee I'm going to bring it to the very next one, but
Sure.
We definitely will. We'll figure out how to get some teacher voice. I think excellent point. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, trustees. Any other questions on these topics? Trustee Ashe?
I was wanting to ask a question that may or may not, I'm not sure how, if you would want to answer this later or now. We know that there are, obviously, I say we know, we have had discussions that our white students are performing better than other students. And we've had some kind of talked around some of the things, culturally responsive text, culturally responsive questions and things like that. Are there other examples of other things we do to speak to that? Like, are there other examples of other tactics, or what is it that we do outside of culturally responsive texts or culturally responsive word problems? I was even laughing because I was looking at the thing about salads, and I have a son who wouldn't eat salad for a really long time, and so he would have been like, salad? I don't put mushrooms in salad. That's weird. I only dip it in ranch and eat it on occasion. So I'm just trying to figure out, like, what would be some other tactics that we use to help our students that we know are struggling. And I guess I asked that question because I'm looking at the data, and yes, I see the growth of the 4% to 11% with the House Bill 3 goal of 41%, and I'm worried, and I'm wondering, I'm wondering what are the other things that we do or that we encourage teachers to do.
Well, let me start off by saying, we're actually going to bring forward to you later on, probably in May, an example of, I'm going to make a statement, knowledge begets knowledge. So sometimes our students do know the concept, but the vocabulary is a hindrance, because the vocabulary that they do, take mushrooms as an example. If that's not, so I don't think I knew what mushrooms were until I went to college. I would have thought mushrooms were just those things on the ground. Not that anybody would have eaten them, because nobody ate them. And if there are Laredoans watching, they're going to be mad. But I don't remember Laredoans eating mushrooms when I was growing up. So it wasn't until I moved to San Antonio and went to college that I remember mushrooms. And I'm like, well, we're going to eat mushrooms? Why would we eat mushrooms? And so part of it is a balance of culturally responsive, culturally relevant, engaging concepts, and exposing them to new vocabulary that we know are going to be on standardized assessments, so that students do ask the question, well, what's a salad? What are mushrooms? There was an example of a math problem years ago that used the word lanai.
I don't know what a lanai is. I had to go look it up. But it's not that you're going to know all of these words, but the more words you know, the more the words around a word you don't know tell you what that word is, right? Which is a very long-winded way of the fancy description of context clues. I may not know this word, but if I know all of the words around it and the way it's being used, I can begin to deduce what that word probably means. So it's not about memorizing. These are all the things kids need to know. Those types of activities go back to kind of focusing on a test prep kind of approach. By the same token, we do know that the broader the vocabulary that our students are exposed to, the more likely they will be able to understand what is being asked of them. So it's not guessing the words, but rather exposing them to words in context. So it's a balance between engaging, relevant, meaningful work, along with some of the stuff we just know they're going to be asked about so that their vocabulary develops in that area. And in fact, this may be one area where some of you might agree with TEA. They are actually redesigning STAR currently and did embark on a study that showed, based on the vocabulary that was being used in a reading selection, determined whether students answered the questions or not, had nothing to do with what their actual reading level or understanding or analysis was. And I want to bring that forward either here or in a small group so that you all can experience what I experienced myself. It's really telling when it's a concept you know nothing about. It doesn't matter if they tell me this is written at a third grade level. I'm like, I have no idea what this is saying. So it's a little of both in order for us to achieve that. And I don't think we have it right yet. I think we're still working on what does culturally relevant, engaging content that's meaningful to students, not meaningful to me, but meaningful to students, that also exposes students that may not be familiar with something that some of their colleagues, students, peers are experiencing, is how do we get that across? And lastly, I'll say is actually using student voice, our own students, in helping them develop stories or things they want us to read about, and utilizing that as the basis for the curriculum development has been shown to be very helpful. We have not yet embarked there. We were working on getting a comprehensive scope and sequence. I think our next iteration will be things like get students to tell, what's your favorite book? And you start asking students, and then we begin to utilize things that are meaningful to them. I don't know if you have anything else to add.
No, I think you hit it right on the mark that student experience or lack thereof really impacts their ability to make meaning of the learning. The other thing that I would add is expectations. Like, we have to have high expectations for our students and a relentless pursuit of students' mastery, right? And so if our students are not showing that they've learned a skill, then we pursue it with reteaching and exposing students through, multiple selections so that they do have experiences. That's the way that we broaden their vocabulary, is through read-alouds and really bringing multiple genres to the students and, engaging in conversation. Well, what do you think it means? And, having students really experience that, and then just having high expectations for our students and believing that they can is really going to make a big difference for our students.
In the blueprints and the things that are available to our teachers, is there a way for teachers to access maybe different reteaching methods? Or I guess what I'm trying to think of, how are we arming our teachers? And my mom for sure is not watching this, so I can say this, but she taught for 25 years in a first grade classroom, and she realized one day in a professional development course when everybody said, raise your hand if you don't know how to type, and she threw her hand up, not thinking about it, looked around, and she was the only one, and she realized maybe it was time to retire. But that was, she was just kind of realizing that she was so far removed from what she had learned in school, she was starting to get behind in how she could address some of those challenges. And I'm certainly not saying that is the situation for our teachers. And I know we do a lot of professional development. I just am I'm curious as to how we give them here's another alternative, or what that looks like, maybe an alternative way to teach this.
So you must have sat in our morning meeting today, because we met with school leadership to talk through that need, because what we are seeing is in our short cycle assessments, there are some skills that had less than 50% mastery that we do need to go back and reteach it. But what we don't want is to go back and use the same lesson and go slower and louder and just redo it again, because that's not going to help. If they didn't learn it the first time, then we've got to teach it differently. And so we don't have those built in yet, but that is a goal to really have those opportunities to spiral back in with opportunities to reteach it differently. But what we do have currently is our software systems that are connected with our map. So you could type in a skill that a student needs, and it'll give them additional practice so that they can have additional opportunities to be exposed to it in different ways.
Okay. And I guess that kind of leads me to a question that just came into my mind. Are the MAP assessments culturally aware? I don't know if that makes sense. Like, are they, I don't know if that makes sense. I don't even know if that's a relevant question. If that
No, I think it's a meaningful question. I think that's part of the norming that is done, and I would say I'm quite sure there isn't a normed assessment that doesn't need work in a culturally responsive, relevant way. And I think that's part of what MAP does, is they continue to work on that, looking at what kinds of results are they getting in certain parts of the country. Are there some patterns that they're seeing that might indicate that, this item might not have been the best item, it might not have been the best selection. I think that's part of when you use NWEA that creates MAP. Part of the strength of that is it's a nonprofit organization, and so they're constantly doing research. So they put out field test items. They're doing work on reliability and validity before they select items. And I will still say that I haven't met someone who really does know assessment that isn't going to tell you they know that there's still work that needs to be done there. At the same time, we have to be cautious of not using that as a means of lowering our expectations of how students perform. So it's a balancing act of yes, and if I know kids are going to be exposed to vocabulary that they probably aren't going to have had, then it's incumbent upon us to create a comprehensive curriculum that gives them exposure to vocabulary at a higher, faster rate, so that no matter what vocabulary they're given, they're going to be able to connect. And I think that would be one of those examples of where we do know strategies where that doesn't work, where I'm going to give kids a list of 10 words every day that they come in, and they're going to write the definition from the dictionary for each of these words. That's how they taught me, and that's not successful. It's a research practice that we know is one of the least effective practices. So, well, then how do we learn words? Well, we learn them by using them and being exposed to them and interacting. So it's how do we create activities that utilize more of a variety of vocabulary, which goes back to expectations. Because there are some of us, I'm speaking for myself, at the very beginning of my career, where it was like, oh, I can't give them too much if I give them too many things. And in fact, the more our kids are, look how much they learn when they're on a computer doing a video game. They learn a whole bunch of vocabulary there because, right, they even use made up stuff, but they create meaning because it's engaging to them. So how do we create more activities where our students are engaged so that they'll learn more? It has to be meaningful to them. We still have a lot of work to do, and that is something that we want to do for teachers so that teachers aren't having to go and do that in addition to having to deliver the lesson and prepare it.
So I would add, if I can, so I have my experts sending me messages that they are intentional about removing barriers so that that isn't an obstacle for students. And so they do incorporate culturally rich passages, and they have an external panel of experts and teachers with backgrounds in multicultural education and disabilities to review all of the passages.
Oh, wow. Okay, great. And again, I just want to say again, because I am concerned people think that I'm saying that our teachers don't know how to modify lessons, and that is not at all what I'm saying. I just would, at a time where I know our teachers are exhausted and have been pushed to the edge, I wanted to know what kind of supports we as a district are offering, or are there things that you need from us as a Board of Trustees as we're continuing our budgeting conversations in order to support that work?
I think for us is, one, we have a lot of information that's available, and in thinking about how do we get to full implementation across the district and using our curriculum products and making sure that teachers know what's available, because if they're not accessing and they're spending hours and hours creating their own lessons, then I think for us that partnership with our school leadership to make sure that teachers know what's available and how to use them so that it can help facilitate their developing the lessons for the students.
Awesome. And thank you, Dr. Elizalde, for also bringing the connection of reading and math together, because I do think people forget. And just like I said, the example of the salad, or my example that I always love to use when there's a question about snow for anybody from Texas. Until 2 years ago, many of us didn't know what that was. So I always kind of think about what those can mean and how that actually can make the problem harder. So much harder than it needs to be and I think sometimes people forget that math is connected to reading, that there is a definite connection to that. So thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you, trustees. Any other questions? Trustee Lugo.
All right. Who knew I would enjoy these topics? I didn't, but I do. So one pretty in the weeds and a little off the wall, but one of the things that I did in elementary, because I struggled with word problems, is that when I saw a word that I didn't know what it was, I would just replace it with a word that I knew. So I'd say banana. I'm like, I don't know what that other word is, but I got 6 bananas. And what do I got to do with the bananas? So that's something that I used for myself, but do teachers do
That is a strategy.
Okay.
When students that you were doing it on your own. It later became professional development. I was probably still a teacher when I remember that being taught to me, that help students create their own. They can use any word that they know and replace it, so that it didn't become a barrier, because then you lose the meaning because you get stuck on a word, lanai. I don't know what a lanai is, and all of a sudden you can no longer seem to make sense of the rest of that word problem. But when you replace lanai with banana, it doesn't really matter. You're able to then move forward. So that is one of the strategies that would be utilized, like when we do professional development with our teachers, and that teachers use when they do PLCs on their campuses.
All right, very cool. The other thing is, I just want to sing from the rooftops that I cannot wait to see, when y'all get to that place where y'all are including student voice and really hearing from kiddos. And I say kiddos, students of all ages, right? I cannot wait to see more of that, because I think there's so much power in seeing our students as partners in their own learning, right? The other thing is, oh my goodness, Ms. Casas, I think you said, or maybe it was you, Dr. Elizalde, you said if they didn't, if a skill wasn't learned the first time, you need to teach it a different way. That needs to be on bumper stickers. Even for adult learning trainers, which I am one, and it's adults ain't that different from kids, just FYI, when it comes to retaining and being engaged and having all those, how do you help humans retain information? So I love that y'all are focused on how do we do that as a district, how do we support teachers. And thank you, Trustee Ashe, for all your questions, but in particular, the support questions, how can we provide better supports for our teachers? And so on that note, I keep thinking about, as I'm looking at the data, I'm thinking, okay, if our students are coming to campus with additional stressors, right, especially students from communities of color, who disproportionately live in, poverty. There's a list of barriers that communities of color experience as children and as adults. So I think about those barriers, and then I think about our teachers, and I think, gosh, if our teachers are pouring from an empty cup, right? Like, how do we, kind of going back to the cultural competency piece, but really even just, how do we, what are some solutions that we haven't yet tried? And I know I'm studying this I'm studying this progress monitoring question list that we're supposed to use. And I'm like, dang, it specifically says we're not supposed to ask about what adults are doing. But I can't help but wonder, again, if teachers are pouring from an empty cup, they can't teach. Like, I see that in my daily work. Like, adults who they themselves are struggling don't engage with clients well, don't perform as well at work, right? And that's research backed. But anyways, long story short, what are y'all's thoughts about what are some things that we haven't yet tried that maybe we can?
Yeah, I think there's always going to be things that I think some of the survey questions that have gone out that we're collecting now could begin to give us a broader picture of things that our teachers are telling us that we need to be listening to. I don't think we have, like, here's what we need to do, because if we thought we knew what we need to do, I promise you we would have already done it. So I think it is more about engaging with more teachers and across our entire district, so that we can really gather voices from, because there could be some struggles at some schools that some other schools don't have, and there could be some things that are practices that are working on how to re-energize, that we can borrow from, and yet at the same time, just because it worked at this school doesn't mean it's going to work at that school. So I think it's a really complex question that while connected to teaching and learning, I don't think specifically right now, that certainly wasn't something we were analyzing to kind of respond to this evening. But we are definitely on board that we need to just continue to listen and act upon the things that we can become actionable that we're hearing from our teachers. And we intend to continue to do that and to amp that up.
And knowing that we learn from each other, and I'll let Gilbert, provide more detail. Yesterday at the principals meeting, we asked 3 principals that are having great success to engage in a panel with some questions. And so
Yeah, that is one strategy that really does work, is the power of sharing and building competence amongst one another, and which builds confidence and efficacy amongst the principal group. So we did have a principal panel yesterday, and it was very engaging. And we also have principals meet weekly in small groups, and they share all the time in those small groups. And so the groups of principals are not uniform in any kind of way. They're from various cohorts within the district, and so that's another way that we're trying to build capacity and efficacy as well.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Trustees, any other questions? If not, I want to first thank you all, trustees, and thank you, Dr. Elizalde and our team. As part of our commitment to monitoring, the last question is to ask if trustees accept the report presented tonight, and if not, to ask if this is still the right strategy for the district. So trustees, please raise your right hand if you're ready to accept tonight's report. So thank you, trustees, for taking part in this shared commitment to students and student outcomes. And just for the benefit of the public, if there were trustees that did not raise their hand, we would ask to briefly share their feedback, and then take that feedback with us as we continue our discussions in the scorecard and into our new process. So our next item is an update on dual language implementation. Dr. Elizalde?
Thank you, President Rodriguez, members of the board. As Chief Casas and Assistant Superintendent Villalpando comes forward, I'd like to just set the stage for a minute. I did hear from some of our public comments that may have indicated that we were not either thinking about continuing dual language or in some format, and I want to put everyone at ease that this is truly an update. And I think to some other public comments, it is to bring forth what is the fidelity of the model, where do we see some areas that we need to tighten up in alignment, what are some of the positive outcomes, and what are the areas of opportunities if we were doing, let's say, a SWOT analysis of the data. And so, but I want to reaffirm our commitment to dual language. And if anything, it is really to inform us in some areas that we do know. And you're going to see some presentation in just a few seconds about why we are so committed to dual language and what the data reveal about a gold standard dual language model. And we're very excited about the 30 or so students that will, for the first time, have a biliteracy seal on their diploma. And we also know that we need to develop a system that has far more than 30, because we know we have a very rich, diverse community that value additional languages, and we need to be able to demonstrate that through our program. So with that, I'll turn it over.
Thank you, Dr. Elizalde. And so I want to introduce Dr. Susie Villapando. I think it's her first time at the table. She's been with us a couple of months, and
Don't scare her off, please.
So she's jumped in, and right now she's helping us with special ed as well. So she's kind of managing lots of things. So we appreciate her being here with us. Well, I'm excited about today and talking about the dual language model, because I know from personal experience the outcomes that we can be getting. And so as we think about how to move forward, though, we do have to take a hard look about our reality and talk about, does it meet our vision? And so I want to start with the vision. And so this first slide you've seen before, it's the Thomas and Collier longitudinal data. What I want to point out is you see the dotted line. Well, first of all, you see the different language programs starting at the bottom with ESL in green, and then the burgundy colors are our one-way dual language and our two-way dual language, which are the gold standard for bilingual education. So the dotted line is where our native English speakers, which we refer to as gen ed students, are doing in comparison to our emergent bilingual students. And so you see that it takes up to from 5 to 7 years to reach proficiency, but based on the chart, by 5th grade, our emergent bilingual students should be scoring equivalent to our native English-speaking students. And then you see that past 5th grade, our emergent bilingual students should be outperforming our gen ed students. And we have seen that trend in my previous district because I was the executive director for the bilingual program in 2009 when we were starting out, when our kids were in 2nd grade. So it was exciting to see the longitudinal data from there. And we are setting the expectation that we're going to have the same results here. But we needed to have some honest conversations about where we were. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Villapando to talk about what the dual language one-way and two-way is. Oh, the one thing I'll point out is the dual language model, the best predictor for long-term success is the use of their L1, which is their native language. So in this case, for our Spanish-speaking students, it's Spanish. In Austin, we also have Mandarin and Vietnamese. And so L1 is the native language. And to the extent and the quality that we teach on grade level rigorous instruction in their native language, that is the best predictor for English proficiency that will lead us to get to the outcomes.
And I want to emphasize that is why this board adopted a policy that prohibited what I'll call an early exit model, because the research is, again, it's not anything I'm saying, it's not anything Ms. Casas is saying. There's long-term data that speaks to the development of understanding content in my native language, and then my second language acquisition occurs very quickly. And if I lower the level of rigor in my native language because I'm forcing students to learn a new language rather than focusing on their native language and the content, you actually don't see those gains. And so it is imperative that the native language remain. This isn't about discarding my previous language. It's about actually emphasizing it and utilizing it, which is why early exit is something that this board was very determined we would not have, and even though we shouldn't have, you all were very bold in saying we're going to put it in a policy.
Mm-hmm. Next slide.
Okay, good evening. Thank you for having me this evening. I am very pleased to be here. Just want to share that I'm a native Austinite. So I grew up and went to Metz in Martin, and it was junior high, and also did my student teaching at Johnston, the former Johnston. So happy to be here and just want to share the dual language framework. So currently we have 57 dual language campuses in the Austin ISD. And as Chief Goss has mentioned, 3 are Mandarin and 1 is Vietnamese. A little bit of history on that was in the late 60s, about 68, there's a legislation for the Bilingual Education Act. And so that was one of the first laws to ensure that students, different languages, are afforded that education here in the United States. So a little after that, in the 70s, the early 70s, 1973, Texas began to enact its Bilingual Education and Training Act. And so I remember when I was a principal, I was very clear with parents when they visited the school because at that time, there was only one-way programs. And so what that meant was that the state of Texas mandates that you have a bilingual program for emergent bilingual students. So whenever they're in a district, there are 20 or more English learners in the same language group across the district at any grade level. So 20 or more students across the district at a grade level, you shall have a program for these students. And so here in Austin, we have one-way programs and also two-way programs. So, you know, as many of us may know, and we're very fortunate to be here in the Austin ISD, who is very progressive, to have started having two-way programs at large a little over 11 years ago. So that's great. However, there are different outcomes within those two. So when a student enrolls in public education, there's a home language survey. So that survey is given to each family, and that determines the native language. And so there's some language testing that occurs if a student is determined to have a different language other than English. And so a dual language one-way program basically takes students of that specific language, and in Texas it's often Spanish, and they are placed into a basically like an isolated classroom. And so they are with the same language, the same speakers of that language, and so then they learn the second language. So in a two-way program, you have English proficient students and emergent bilingual students in the same classroom. And so what they begin to do is develop biliteracy by listening and learning from one another. And so as the research shows, that's where we have the greatest success is with those biliteracy programs. We expect to see significant results, as in our original previous slide. However, we realize the reality is that although Austin has been very progressive for over 11 years with the programs, what they look like can vary. And so that equity varies throughout the school district. And so the reality is that in some areas, a two-way could have fewer native Spanish speakers and more English-speaking students. And so the true model of a dual language program may not always be occurring throughout the district equitably. And so we've come to understand that, and that's definitely an area that we want to work on to be sure that there are equitable practices and that there's fidelity to the implementation of the program for the campuses.
Next slide, please. And so we'll get into this slide shows you enrollment by program. So we have the first row is English, Spanish, dual language, two-way. And so in an ideal dual language, two-way dual language environment, you would have 50% of our emergent bilingual Spanish-speaking students or Mandarin or Vietnamese, 50% of the students in L1, and then 50% of their students that are native English speakers. And so you see the numbers here. We have 2,449 English proficient students compared to 4,703 emergent bilingual students currently enrolled in dual language. So that when you look at the breakdown, that's 34% 34% English proficient students compared to 66% of our emergent bilingual students. And what we do know is the reality is some of our two-way dual language have less than the 30%. And so as we are, Dr. Villapando mentioned the inequities in some of the programs. We do have some schools that have one or two students, and they're calling it a two-way dual language two-way dual language program, but it's not really a two-way when you only have two students compared to the rest.
And I want to just elaborate a little bit on why that's important. And so in an ideal world, you generally want let me go back. One-way dual language is essentially a homogeneous language classroom. So if I were a native Spanish speaker, I would be in a classroom with other native Spanish speakers. And it's a good model, as you can see by the data. I develop my native language and the English language, and that's usually by the amount of time of instruction. So in an ideal world, if I'm in kindergarten, the teacher may be spending 80% of the time in Spanish during instruction, 20% in English. We get to first grade, it could be 70-30. By the time I'm in second grade, it's 60-40. The ideal would be that by the time I'm in third, fourth, fifth grade, it's a 50-50 instructional time. But that's still a one-way model. So that classroom is all native, in this example, Spanish speakers learning English. The two-way dual language, which is the one that gives the best results of all, is if 50% of the class are, in this example, native Spanish speakers and 50% of the class are native English speakers. And so we're learning from each other while we're also learning through the teachers and the model, the actual instructional model. So when you have a classroom that has 21 students that are native English speakers and one student that is native Spanish speakers, you typically would not you shouldn't create a two-way dual language. Because what inevitably happens in reality is the classroom is taught almost exclusively in English. Mm-hmm. And so what you're gonna see is that what we would anticipate happening, our data says that you're gonna see in a minute what our data reveals about whether we're actually getting fidelity to the model. Now, we don't think, it's also not realistic to say every classroom is gonna be they're gonna be 11 out of 22 kids. So a 60-40 is kind of about maybe even, once you start to get to 65% of one and 35% of another, you need to start calling a timeout as to whether the two-way dual language, it doesn't mean you can't do one way. It just means you have to begin to ask, can I do a two-way dual language model in this setting? Because again, if it's going to be exclusively in Spanish or exclusively in English, that defeats what the research says about language acquisition. And so this goes back to the question, does our reality match our vision?
Right, and so the dual language model, when you do have the balance of both sets of students, is that it's an immersion process. So students are learning the content in one language, and it's not a matter of translating from one language to the other. Students are really immersed in learning the content in that language, whether it's English or Spanish, depending on what grade level. And what happens is if you don't have the balance of students, it's more of an enrichment model instead of a true immersive model, because you don't have the students to that can balance out what the two languages. And what happens is they spend more time teaching in English because nobody in the class would understand you otherwise, where if you had the students working together, they would support each other in the content knowledge and learning through the different languages. And so this is important because last year we were very committed. We're going to do dual language across the district. We're going to roll out more campuses. But then when we started digging into the enrollment, it was like, well, wait a minute. We can't really add a two-way model here if you only have 2 or 3 students. And then so it made us scale back and really think about, okay, instead of us pushing it out, we really need to engage the community and the schools to really be prepared to roll out an effective model. And so we did scale back, and we're not rolling out as many new models, new programs next year, because we want to first be sure that the campuses have the student population to have an effective program, and that the community, the school community is ready and they're committed and they understand what instruction should be looking like for both students. Because the other thing that we see is our native English-speaking students, when they're struggling in the early grades, parents might pull them out because they're not learning in Spanish and they're being taught in Spanish. And so we want to make sure that the parents understand the benefits, the long-term benefits when students are learning 2 languages, because the brain is wired differently when you're learning 2 languages. And you'll see the outcomes. It may take a little bit longer, but the benefits definitely are there. And so you see the breakdown in our Mandarin and Vietnamese, and then our one way, which is 100% of our Spanish-speaking students. Next slide. And then here we break down the data a little bit more, because we know that the gold standard is that students by 5 years and above will show mastery or proficiency in English, and they'll meet the reclassification criteria. And so you see the numbers here. They're pretty large at students that are in, have been classified as emergent bilingual 4, 5, and 6+ years. And the reclassified students is longitudinal. So when students meet English proficiency through advanced high on TELPAS or passing the reading star, then they meet the English proficiency to be reclassified. And then the state does put in measures for monitoring. So when you're reclassified, you're monitored year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4 to make sure the students really were proficient and that they're able to do the content fully in English when they're reclassified. And so what's interesting is we currently have 2,900 students, 2,931 students that have been reclassified that are in the monitoring stage. But from last year to this year, only 89 students actually met the criteria. So if you think about it, 21,789, 29% of our students, but only 89% demonstrated English proficiency to be reclassified from last year to this year. And so that's important because we know that the native language really indicates the English proficiency, and so that is kind of concerning, and we'll look at the data a little bit further. And then on the right, you just have the demographic, a little bit more information. 83% of our emergent bilingual students are also identified as economically disadvantaged. And similar to what we've talked about before, our emergent bilingual students, 12%, which is a little bit higher than the district average, and underrepresented in our GT and our gifted and talented. And so there's just another piece of data. Next slide. Okay, so here's where it gets a little painful. So the orange bar is our district average at all grade levels. And if you remember on the first one, we said that by 5th grade and beyond, our emergent bilingual students should be performing at the district average of our monolingual students. And the orange bar is our district average for all grade levels. And then the blue bars that you see on the bottom are emergent bilingual students by grade level. And the black bar is the district average for our bilingual students as the average for all grades and all contents. And so what we see here is, does the vision, or does our reality meet our vision? And it currently does not. Because we should see an upward trend from 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th, and really accelerated in high school is what the data should look like. And it doesn't look like that yet, but it will. Okay, we are committed to making that happen.
Before you move on, let's emphasize also, there are some things that we can ask that begin to provide us insight about where the lack of fidelity is existing. So for instance, in 5th grade, of all of our bilingual or emergent bilingual students, only 27% 27% tested in Spanish on STAR. Okay, so What does that mean? Well, that should be the year that I would be ready to transition. The majority of the students should be testing in Spanish. So our percentage of students taking the test who are emergent bilinguals in their native language says we have an early exit model. I'm also concerned about how we've trained on what's called the LPAC, or the Language Proficiency Assessment Committee, because we should not have students testing in English if we do not have an early exit model. They should be testing in their native language absolutely through 3rd and 4th grade, most of the time in 5th grade, but that would be the first time that I might begin to see maybe kids were doing so well that in 5th grade, the LPAC committee said, we can go ahead and test in English. But what we see is, and I think you gave me numbers, 40-some-odd% in 3rd grade.
Yes.
Less than 50%.
Mm-hmm. At 3rd grade, 46% of the students tested in Spanish. In 4th grade, 34%. And in 5th grade, only 27% of the kids tested in Spanish.
So that's a systemic issue. And that's a training issue. That's an LPAC training issue. But it's very concerning to us, because then in that case, we essentially aren't teaching them in their native language if they're taking, because if your language of assessment is in English, then you're saying that your language of instruction should be primarily English. That's an early exit model. So where is the disconnect between how we've been trained on LPACs and how to follow the law and follow our policy regarding language of instruction matching the language of assessment? And then the last piece that causes me concern, that we're starting to have conversations about, is, okay, then systemically, then we have a whole bunch of students that either aren't in the bilingual program at all, because you could be emergent bilingual, and parents can choose denials, right? They can deny bilingual services. So I asked Ms. Casas to please get with Dr. Villalpando and find out. I wanted to know what percentage of denials we have in our district. How many denials do we have?
0.
That's unheard of. Because we have a whole lot of students that are not getting instruction in their native language, and the parent has not provided a denial. So we absolutely support the dual language model, and we also, as many of you have asked on lots of items, we also have to have the brutal facts about where we actually are. Now, that doesn't mean we don't have some outstanding classrooms, outstanding places in our district, and in fact, we want to identify those and again, utilize those. But I don't want to minimize this slide. And while we don't agree that STAR should be the end-all be-all, if I am comparing apples to apples, there should be absolutely no reason why emergent bilinguals should not be performing at a minimum, at the same average that non-emergent bilingual students are performing at, unless we don't believe all children can. And we know that that is not the case. We know, we believe, and we will work to ensure that we address this. But I just needed this to kind of sit here for a minute. I know we hear a lot of anecdotes, and that's why anecdotes are important, and then we also have to be cautious, because we can create overgeneralizations from some true individual stories that do not represent the entire experience of students, many of which their parents didn't know what to call in about, don't know what to ask about, don't know. So we want to make sure that voice, as Dr. Hawley always asks us, what voice is missing, how do we go? There's a lot of voice that's missing, but we are seeing what the program is actually producing.
Right. And so what we would want to see is a high percentage of students testing in Spanish, because that is their native language, and they should be able to demonstrate mastery at the meets and masters at really high levels. However, what we're seeing right now is whether students tested in English or Spanish, only 29% of the students were at the meets or above level in 5th grade. compared to 60% of the non-bilingual students. So that's only half. So our students are not performing equivalent to their gen ed peers, which is what should be done. We should see those results if we were doing it correctly. The other thing I want to point out is, in sixth grade, we hear a lot of times, oh, it's because it's bilingual students are testing all in Spanish. Well, no, the data actually reflects that 73% of our students tested in English in preparation for sixth grade. So the fact that they're emergent bilingual, that's a misnomer that because they tested in Spanish, that's why they're not ready for sixth grade.
Yeah, so let me just say that a slightly different way. Many times and I think we've shown this to you before, sixth grade is a place where district-wide we have a drop in STAR scores from fifth to sixth grade, specifically in reading. And when we first began having conversations and interviewing principals and asking, what are your thoughts around what affected your sixth grade scores? Initially, we heard from several principals, well, it's because they tested in Spanish in fifth grade, and they weren't ready for English because you all took too long at the elementary level to get them transitioned to English. And so when they have to take it in English in sixth grade, that's where our scores fell. So then we said, okay, how many of your students in sixth grade tested in Spanish in fifth grade? And then when you find that the number is 12 out of 230, so again, that's why and it's not that I don't think these anecdotes I do believe they thought that was true, but it was about us then, well, let's peel back that onion that we talk about, those layers, and does the data support that that's a true belief? And when the data doesn't support that, well, then we have to change what our original thought was. And then we actually recognize, in fact, part of the reason our sixth grade scores may not be where they need to be is because we were doing an early exit model and pushing them too early, and therefore, and what we do know is it then takes even longer for the student because now, to be real honest, they now don't have proficiency in Spanish, in their native language, and they don't have proficiency in English. So we have truly set them up to struggle more.
Okay, next slide. And so we broke out the data by content, and here you see the math data. So this is really interesting. The first set of bars is our district overall from 2019 to 2021. So we went as a district from 54 to 34. That's data that we've shared before. And then the second set is our emergent bilingual student data. So you see from 2019, we dropped 30 points from 44 to 14. And then we broke it down by program so that we can see, well, which program is better? And you see late exit, because we still, unfortunately, do have a few campuses that are doing late exit. 14% compared to 14% for one-way, 14% for two-way, and 14% for ESL. So that's a little bit sobering to see that it doesn't matter where you are, you're going to perform about the same. And so that 14% is challenging. The next one is our reading scores. And you see the similar trend that, compared to the district at 47%, emergent bilingual students are at 22% on grade level. And then broken out by program, late exit 21%, 22%, 23%. You do see a slighter decline in ESL, but there really isn't a big significant difference in the different models that the students are in.
So before we move on, because as we were going through these data slides, so the question I asked Chief Casas, okay, let's go back to and don't pull it up right now, but that original slide, right, the Thomas and Collier research that shows the different levels. And so when you see this, I'm like, so what conclusion can we initially draw? It's that we don't have fidelity to a model. The data are saying we're all over the place. Because otherwise, we should see emergent bilinguals, we should see a late exit model, we should see one-way, and two-way should be way up there with one-way close behind. And ESL is the very poorest model, so that should be pretty much at the very bottom. And that's not what we see. So not only in comparison to the district average, but just in terms of what the models say. So what we do know is we have evidence that says as a district, and I want to clarify that, because, you know, if we have somebody at a campus level right now, like, I am teaching to the, and that absolutely is true. In individual classrooms, we could still have excellent instruction going on. But as a system, we have not, and that's on us. The system is reflective of us. So we have created a model that isn't a model, district-wide.
And then next slide, please. We added one more piece of data because there's always a comparison to map data. What does map data tell us? And you'll see, next slide, you'll see that the data is very similar to everything else that we've seen. And so while our reality currently doesn't match our vision, we know that it can. And so the next slide, Dr.
Well,
Villa.
just the reason this is important, and goes back to something Trustee Singh you asked, we don't ever want to draw a conclusion from just one data point. And so when we started looking at this trend, we said, well, what does MAP show us? Because if MAP shows us something totally different, then we have to go back and rethink. But in fact, MAP is supporting that the model doesn't exist.
Okay. Next slide. Okay, Dr. Villapando.
So where do we go from here knowing our current reality? And so what we have been able to do with our MET team, our multilingual education team, is we've worked to secure, we did a request for a quotation, and we secured a third-party vendor to conduct a very high-level program evaluation, or what we will use as a needs assessment. And so this has already, process has begun. It should be completed before May. And our plan is to take the information that we receive, which is very high-level information, and to start really asking ourselves questions and working with our stakeholders. So, of course, we have our MEAC committee. We have different stakeholders throughout the AISD, heard from many of them. And much of the feedback that we've heard is that although there are specific activities that support the dual language program, there's not like a strategic aligned plan so that these activities fall within like some form of strategy. And then, so what we would like to do is to take that information, engage with all of our stakeholders, all of our committee members and subcommittees, and really work towards that plan for 3 to 5 years to align activities so we can be sure that everybody's getting their needs met, that we've heard from every stakeholder. And so our third-party consultant, part of her process is to also work with our stakeholders and to conduct surveys and focus groups and interviews to be sure that she's heard from as many stakeholders as she can, of course, including students, as best possible. So to be sure that we're hearing from everyone, from our educators as well, most importantly, to make sure that we're serving our students and with a model that we can truly say is that we're following to fidelity. Throughout that process, we definitely want to continue to refine our teacher development and to ultimately engage with a teacher training model where they indeed are the experts, where they receive the training throughout this 3 to 5 years and ultimately become trainers of trainers. And then also students. We talked about that earlier, student ownership of their learning, and how powerful that is to engage them in their learning and their goal setting. Again, that voice is very important. We want to make sure everyone is heard and they're involved in the process, and that we have clear activities based upon the data and this program evaluation that's being conducted by the third party. And again, that should be finalized by May so that we can engage with stakeholders and have that plan starting next year.
And so you heard one of the speakers talk about the superpower, so we wanted to show you a video. If you'll click one more time, Jacob. I don't know if this. And so while he's pulling that up, I want to say that we know the outcomes that we can be getting, and we have we're very committed to making sure that we have a strong program and that we expand it, but that we're very strategic about how we expand it. Okay, here we go.
Kristen 講thích con vật gì?
Em thích con mèo.
Em thích con mèo. Giỏi Kristen.
It exposes them to other cultures and to learn about different cultures that are in this world.
你可以来 Austin ISD 学中文。
你喜欢来学校学中文吗？
对，是因为我喜欢学。Mi familia, mi historia, mi gran orgullo. Yo soy verde. I already have a superpower. It is the power of bilingualism. Para mí es importante para ser bilingüe es porque puedes hablar con familia. When you speak in different languages, you're gonna learn more and you're gonna understand more. Yeah, I think it makes me smarter because I can talk to more people. Orgulloso de mis dos lenguajes.
Thank you. And the last thing I will add is that, as Dr. Elizalde mentioned, we have our first group of students from Aikens and Travis that will graduate this year and earn the dual language seal of biliteracy. And then we have been in talks with our CTE program to make sure that as these schools, as we add more high schools that have CTE programs, that we're mindful about expanding some of the CTE courses to be part of our dual language so the students can graduate with the biliteracy in the different engineering or the different fields that are available through our CTE courses. And with that concludes our presentation.
Thank you, trustees. Questions? Trustee Anderson?
Thank you for this presentation. I have a couple of questions. The first is, how will campuses be held accountable if this isn't implemented correctly?
Yeah, so I think for us as a department that we first have to be clear about what is that instructional model, what should it look like, what does exemplar look like, and then having checklist and rubrics. The state has put out, TEA has put out some really good tools that we can be using that we haven't been using in the past, but we will be using as we move forward. And so having clarity about what expectations should look like, and then working with our partners with school leadership and doing more campus walks and support and having professional learning so that everybody knows what it should look like so that we can improve implementation across the district.
Ultimately, it's the school leadership department that has to work with our principals and hold them accountable. But it's easy to say holding them accountable. I think the point Chief Casas is making that I want to reiterate is we have to first be mindful that it's clear to me that we haven't been clear about what the expectations, because I don't think people got up each day to say, we're not going to meet the, we're not going to do what they tell us to. I don't believe that that's what happened. I think there was miscommunication, there were changes in leadership. I mean, I think there's a variety of things. We do know that we now, and I think having, is it Dr. Izquierdo, who's doing, very well respected, who's doing the high level kind of overview of where we are, is gonna help with the data collection that we have. Ultimately, it's about us. Everybody wants to do what's best for students. We need to make sure we've laid out those tools. But ultimately, it would be Dr. Mays' team, along with the curriculum and languages,
multilingual education.
Multilingual education team, the MET team, to do those walkthroughs to see what other supports are needed. So we're going to start from a position of positive supposition, in that once we gather them to be part of the planning process, rather than just this is what is expected, but to include them in the planning, which is why we're doing this overview first, then begin the stakeholder involvement, so they help create that plan, and they're a part of that, they're far more likely to work towards meeting that because they'll understand the need for it. And then we'll monitor it and provide supports or corrections as necessary to that question.
And what efforts are underway to get more African Americans interested in multilingual education?
So I know we have a subcommittee within the MEAC, ADLAC, the African American Dual Language Committee, and so I know that my team has been having some communication as far as what are the plans. But I would say that the biggest goal is to truly have dual language for all. And I think that was one of the pauses we had this year was, okay, we could roll this out quickly, but then how do we make this intentional and targeted so that we meet students that are in every part of town and that can make it more accessible to different areas of town so that we don't just have two ways predominantly in certain concentrated areas. So really trying to reach out and have more of an intentional effort to plan where these campuses are going to be and to add them where they are not. But there are concentrated efforts, but again, we're just at the beginning stages and definitely want to include ADLAC in the strategic planning process, and that they're definitely one of our main stakeholders.
And timing is important too. I know that this last year we didn't start the communication until after the school year started. By then, students had already developed relationships with their teachers, and so as our committees were calling, the families, the students were saying, "But I love my teacher. I don't want to go into another program." But had we done a good job over the summer and over the spring and really communicating the benefits and having students ready by day one, then that'll make a big difference instead of us coming in later.
So while and I'm gonna push back on you a little bit, while I do understand we want to make this for all students, I'm specifically speaking about African American because previous times, and I'll even speak for myself, there was absolutely no effort to get African American families interested in multilingual education. So that's why I specifically said African American, because I'm hoping to see an effort come from the MET team that will show African American families the benefit of it. So I'm looking forward to seeing that. Thank you.
And Trustee Anderson, you make a great point because we do have an opportunity now for next year to actually broaden the diversity of some of the campuses where we have done primarily one-way dual language, where we could move and pivot to two-way dual language with native Spanish speakers and native English African American students in the same classroom, where we would truly be able to develop not just bilingual groups, but we would really get biculturalism because we'd have students learning about African American culture along with African Americans learning more about some of the Latino culture while developing the languages. And so I think our biggest challenge this year was that we created that after the school year had started, but I commit our team to ensuring that we reach out and do find every opportunity starting this next school year to communicate this opportunity, because we've heard from African American parents who said, if I had known, this is something I would want. And so we hear you, we hear them, and I will commit that our team will in fact work towards making that happen starting this next school year.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Anderson. Trustees, other questions? Trustee Boswell and Trustee Singh.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Oh, sorry.
I forgot. I apologize. Trustee Ashley had raised her hand earlier, and I thought she was just saying hello, so I apologize for that. I apologize. Me disculpa, por favor.
So I really appreciate this presentation, and I'm excited to see the changes that are going to be made for our one-way and two-way dual language. I do have some questions, knowing that Austin has a robust refugee population, which means that many times we will have students come into our schools where maybe just one or two speak Portuguese, or one or two speak Farsi, or one or two speak Hebrew, or other languages that maybe we don't have enough, or even the ability to have a dual language teacher. What does that experience look like for our students?
Yeah, for that, the instructional model would be English as a second language, ESL instruction. And so our teachers would be trained on PSYOP strategies. I don't remember what that stands for. Sheltered Instruction Observation Protocol, which gives teachers the skills to teach content, and so that language isn't a barrier. But we do know that we have multiple languages that are put together in a classroom with the teachers. And so some of the things that I know that we need to do, and I don't know how well we've done it, is buy different materials in the different languages so that students can feel valued and still feel like they can participate in learning, using their native language as the anchor, similar to what we do in dual language. But I do know that that's an area that we still need to improve upon, because we do have some schools that have high refugee numbers.
So what does when you say English as a second language, they are still with they never leave their classroom. They're still staying in the classroom with the rest of their peers, or what does that look like? And I ask that question because I know what it looked like when I was in school, which was quite some time ago, which tended to be like a pull-out program where kids were removed to have a period of time where they would work with one specific person in a small group. But I know that that's not necessarily the same. The education has taken a different turn as far as that type of education goes. And so what does that look like in Austin's classrooms?
One of the things that I will say is that Austin does a great job of all elementary teachers having to be ESL certified before they get hired. So having an ESL teacher in every grade is really important. And so what would happen in a different district is that you would put all the students in one class with one ESL teacher, but the beauty of having all the teachers be ESL certified is that you can distribute them among the different classrooms so that they have peers that they can bounce the language learning off of. And so ideally what we would see is students spread out in the multiple classrooms and engaging in the learning with their gen ed peers that speak English.
And I'm not sure if maybe I misunderstood part of the question, but from an ESL perspective, so there's actually some advantages to not speaking a language when you're the classroom teacher, because, for instance, myself, before I got trained in Sheltered Instructional Observational Protocol, what you'll hear is PSYOP, I tended, if I had students that were speaking Spanish, my tendency was to do what? Guess what? I'm just going to translate. Well, that's actually counter to what language development needs. And there's supposed to be a very prescribed, you do this in Spanish and you do this in English. And I was simply doing everything, well, here, y'all come over here and let me just repeat all of this to you in Spanish. So there was no development of the language acquisition. So then I went to training and I'm like, oh, I've been doing this all wrong. So ESL, or English as a second language, is not the strongest model, but it is a better model than not having a model at all, where you just put students, one or two students that speak a language that no one else in the entire district speaks. The best thing is someone who has the teaching skills, that actually got a certification called English as a second language, because they know what strategies to use that is going to be more pictorial, relational, and in connectivity to other things that the student is learning. And so is it the best model? No, the best model would be someone who actually spoke English and their language, who was trained, because I was bilingual, but I wasn't bilingually trained in how to deliver instruction. And there is a difference. There's a difference between speaking Spanish and actually being bilingual certified. And so in an ideal world, you would want someone who would be able to speak English and that language and be trained in how to deliver that instruction. So that's when we say an ESL model, it's the best other model that is specifically used when you have very few students. When you're under the 20 district-wide that requires us, or if you have a language that you just don't have anybody that is certified within that language. So it's again, it's the best model known now, but I think it is important what Ms. Casas said, that in Austin ISD, we have always expected our teachers to be ESL certified at the elementary, which means they've already been, they have the skills on how to teach students of another language, even if it's a language that they themselves don't speak. That means you don't have to create homogeneous groupings of students and remove them from everybody else, and then they don't get the socialization of other students and start to feel isolated. And that is a practice we know is not good for students.
And Trustee Ashley, you asked about ESL pullout. We do not recommend ESL pullout because what ends up happening is you have somebody that we're going to call an interventionist pulling the student out, and they're focusing on language acquisition, and then students end up missing their content. They're not exposed to the grade level content, and so we don't recommend ESL pullout at all, because then students miss out the learning of the grade level content information while they're learning colors and numbers and the language acquisition, because there's a difference between content knowledge and language acquisition, and pulling students out of class for language acquisition is not a best practice.
So just to check for understanding for me, if you are ESL certified in the state of Texas, you are PSYOPs trained?
So ESL is a very specific certification in the state of Texas. You have to take a test. PSYOP is a set of strategies that have been very widely distributed and known throughout the entire country on language acquisition, that we, in most districts, we provide PSYOP strategies to content teachers who are going to have students in their classroom. So it's usually, I was a high school science teacher, so they sent me to get PSYOP training so that I would be able to work with students from all different languages. So it's a separate, while related, it does not mean that if you're ESL certified, you would have had PSYOP, and because you have PSYOP training, definitely doesn't mean you're ESL. I would definitely say ESL is a higher bar because you actually have to pass a particular state test in order to gather that endorsement on your certification.
Okay, and what I guess basically what I'm hearing you say is that we know it's not the best model, but it's the best we can do when you only have one or two students that speak a unique language.
That's correct.
Okay.
Because I don't want to confuse it with, when we showed you the Thomas and Collier model, the ESL model is far less effective than a one-way or a two-way dual language model. And you're able to use that with Spanish particularly, and in our case, I think we can do it in Vietnamese and Mandarin. But it would be very difficult to do that in all of the 40-plus languages that we have in our district. And so then ESL becomes the next best thing. And depending on who like if I'm the reading language arts teacher and I'm ESL certified, you would want to partner that teacher, those students up then with teachers who may not be ESL certified, but who then go and get PSYOP training. So that then, even though I'm not ESL certified, I at least have sheltered instructional observational protocol training, which means I know how to connect with students who speak a different language.
Thank you.
Trustee Boswell.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for all of this information. I really appreciate it. And I'll say once again, thank you for the honesty and transparency and reality of what you brought to us. I really appreciate that. And I will also say, historically, there have been people who looked at similar data in our district and said, oh, dual language doesn't work. And I really appreciate you looking at the data and saying, we need to do it better, which a lot of people have also said. So thank you for taking that approach to it and embracing that and really meaning it very much. And I'm very excited to see the plan to evaluate, collaborate. Thank you. We have such a strong community with so much teachers and families, so much knowledge to share, and the professional learning for everyone who engages with this is something our community's been asking for also for a very long time. So thank you for that. I have a question about the EHBE local policy and whether there has been work, and I really appreciate that policy came before I was on the board, and I really appreciate everyone who did the work to make that happen. It's something, from the outside as a community member, I've been very proud of our district for adopting. But the program monitoring, there's a program monitoring piece of it with 5 classroom observation, professional learning, student performance, language development, and family engagement. Has that data collection been done? Is that something that hasn't been done yet? Is that part of what the plan is moving forward?
I would say it's inconsistent. So there are pieces, there are drafts of different types of tools, but there hasn't been anything that we can say has been consistently used. So it's definitely by participating in this partnership, that will be part of the plan. And as Trustee Anderson mentioned earlier, we definitely want to do better by all of our stakeholders, and with the African American ADLAC, definitely partnering with them to be a strand within that strategic plan, because it's definitely something we can do better. So yes, there are, for example, we have our director sitting there. They do often do work and use pieces of best practices that have been in place. But again, there's nothing consistent that we can say, yes, this was the measure, this was the outcome. And so that's what, again, as Dr. Elizalde said, there are some great practices happening, but we can't say that they're consistent and that we could give you data to substantiate that. And so by conducting this process with this partner, we really want that plan in place for next year so that there is equity and we are targeting what our stakeholders have been telling us.
Great, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I have a question about STAR this year and whether there's a plan to align the language students are taking STAR in with what you believe is best practice, and whether that's...
In terms of the assessment that they're taking and the disconnect that we discussed, yeah. So the biggest challenge with course correction is if the students haven't been receiving that language of instruction, by us just now deciding, oh, we're going to now follow what the law says they should have done, we're not creating an opportunity for success there either. So it is for this year, it's going to be whatever's already been placed on LPAC. We want to keep that because that does mean students have been, in their minds, they've been preparing for an English assessment. We'll need to begin, that's why the training on really understanding the language proficiency assessment committee and what language of instruction and why that's supposed to match, why your language of assessment is supposed to match your language of instruction is so important, and how the state law is really written and what language the students should be taking that assessment in is based on what their instruction should be. So it's going to take us through the summer realigning the training and then re-looking at every student in the LPAC process, starting with those that we have the greatest ability to impact. So we'll start with those that are already in our schools younger, kinder first, second, so that we already have enough time to align those instructional models to the assessment model. Probably students that would be in 4th and 5th grade, if the evidence is they've been receiving instruction in English all this time, then we probably would recommend what would be best for the student would be for us to keep the language of assessment to be in English if that's what their instruction. So I think it's going to be very much indicated by each individual student, but we need to create a plan that campuses can actually implement. And so we don't want to just throw everything out there and just go, oh, we're all wrong, so now let's just fix it like this. Because the people who will end up, in my opinion, suffering the most are actually our students. And while we haven't been serving them well across the board, this would compound the challenge rather than relieve that.
That makes sense. Thank you for that. And then I have one other question about students who, now that we have gotten to the point where students who started as dual language students at the very beginning of the program, we have such a solid history now that they are reaching high school and graduating. And I've heard from a handful of families, a handful of students who say once they get to high school, they're running out of language options, especially in Spanish. And it's obviously something they love, something they're proficient in, something they don't want to lose. And I don't know what the answer is, but if you get to a campus in Spanish 4, you blow past it, and there's not an option for you. ACC doesn't offer more than we do. I don't know what the options are, but I would love some thoughtful work around how we make sure those students, whether they're at a high school dual language campus or not, continue to have that opportunity to continue learning in that language that they love. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Singh?
Thank you for this discussion. I feel like this was a master class in confluence of research, policy, and practice and governance kind of all balled up into one. So thank you for your thoughtfulness. I had a lot of specific questions about implementation, but I appreciate your explanation that we're not quite there yet. So I'm not going to ask all of them, lucky you, but I will be asking them in 6 months. So my first question is, when will we get to revisit this topic? After you've been able to do your sort of initial evaluation and kind of getting your footing on where we are?
Yeah, we'll certainly have something available, I would say even by the beginning of the school year, because we would want to tell you what our consultant identified, what parallels she had with what the data are saying. So that's kind of that observational component along with the numbers, but numbers are it's not just the number, it's what are some of the expert observation that are drawn from that. So I think at the beginning of the year, we would certainly be able to have something available. I would just revert back to knowing that it would be, talking with the governance committee to decide, do we put it on the agenda, or is it something we provide to you all and then decide? So we will have something for the beginning of the year, and then I think we would want to be able to provide at least twice a year, kind of where we are, particularly because we're so early now in kind of doing some course corrections. Not that anybody got up to do anything wrong, but just accepting where we are and building on what has been working well, and then making those course corrections. So we'd want to be able to come back and say, well, where were we on these observations that were in the policy that were connected to whether we've done these, and so on and so forth. I think at that point we could bring that to you.
Great, thank you. And I think one of the best things I heard y'all say tonight was that it was going to be the school leadership team under Dr. Mays that's going to be responsible for the implementation, that y'all are going to be held accountable, because that's a structural change. Before it was David Kaufman, and he doesn't have, he didn't have the authority, I don't think, from what I had heard or observed.
I would agree. It's very difficult.
Yeah.
I would absolutely, I would 100% agree. That's part of, my own experience. I've been on the curriculum side and I've been on the school leadership side. So that's why I'm like, no, you're responsible over there, because because at the end of the day, as a former principal, I can tell you that when the curriculum office came and told me to do something, if my boss from the school leadership office told me to do something, I'm like, he's supervising me, I'm doing what he tells me to do. I'm not doing what they tell me to do.
Exactly.
So you're 100% correct. Part of the reason I moved that, this is the implementation, the supporting team comes from the curriculum office, but the monitoring and the fidelity of it rests with school leadership. Dr. Mays?
Yeah, and I would say, going back to what Dr. Elizalde said earlier, it's about having a solid model, something that all of the principals understand is the model, and that's something that I know that we're working with the academic team to try to make sure that we can roll out for all of the principals to be able to move forward with something that we can all consistently implement. And so that's where the work is, and so we look forward to doing it, and we look forward to implementing the model with fidelity.
That's so awesome. It sounded so official with you standing there as well. So
No,
I believed every word. I know. And by the way, my comment was no slight to Dr. Kaufman. I know he's not here. He did great things, but I think it's actually going to come to fruition now because we have a stronger accountability mechanism in place.
And I wanted to support that statement by saying you are correct. That is one of the challenges, that whether it's Dr. Kaufman, who I think laid out some great work as a starting point for our district, it was also an impediment to the implementation of the model. So I want to also commend the work that has been done prior, as well as recognizing what the shortcomings were of that particular level of authority, and being able to ensure that campuses, at the end of the day, like I said, I recognize principals are going to do what the school leadership office tells
That's
them
right.
to do.
And so I wanted to ask if you could go to that graph that showed each of the types of bilingual education models and their test scores. My question that I had when I saw that was, like, when you look at Thomas and Collier, it shows, oh yeah, thank you. So with Thomas and Collier, it shows that it's like around 5th grade where you see the two-way kiddos doing better. And it's like, I can't even read it. I guess it's 3rd grade where you see the two-way and the...
Where they're the same.
Yeah, like they're the same, and then it's like around 3rd or 4th grade where they start to split. So I was curious to know if our data was looking at like the later grades where you actually are able to see more differences, or was it including the 3rd grade where they seem to be pretty closely aligned?
Jacob, if you could go to the slide that has the grade levels across from 3rd to, there you go. That's what our data looks like.
I think there was another one that had the different.
I think it's where you had the ESL model.
Yeah, you had like
data,
ESL
right?
versus.
Yeah, this one.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
So I was wondering, like, if this were 3rd grade, this would kind of be somewhat expected that each category would be doing. I mean, well, at least that the two-way and the one-way would be very similar, because that's what Thomas and Collier shows. It's at 5th grade where they, or 4th and 5th grade, they start to separate, and then in middle school where you actually really see the big differences, I think. And so I was just curious to know, do you all know what grade levels we're looking at here?
This is all grade levels, because
Okay.
it was just, I think the way we were doing this here, because we couldn't tease out, these are all grade levels. And we couldn't tease out specifically 3rd, 4th, and 5th for this particular time frame to get it in. So what we were doing is wanting to just make sure, though, we were comparing apples to apples.
Got it.
In terms of where our other students were performing. So at any point, once you've gotten the entire average, we still should have seen differences, right? Because it would have been a cumulative data set from 3rd through exit level star.
Got
So
it. Okay.
we still should have seen differentiation between each of these programs.
Yeah, okay, I appreciate that. And then I wanted to ask if, I should have probably asked this 3 hours ago, but I think Mendez Middle School was slated to have a dual language program. Is that gonna happen?
So as you all recall, with T-STEM, they were not doing a dual language model, but with Third Future, there will be a connection of the dual language. So students will be able, so there were students that were asking us to transfer to Paredes, because their students were in the dual language model at the elementaries and didn't have the continuum to Mendez. They will have that opportunity at
to hear
Mendez.
that.
Yes.
And then my last comment / request goes back to the looming thing, which is our budget vote in June. So I'm really happy to hear about like all these things we're planning on doing, and I'm hoping that when we start getting the draft budgets for next year, there's like some plain language way for us to see how the dual language and bilingual education investments show up on that budget.
Yeah, we'll be able to show a majority of that'll come through Title III in some federal funding, and then we'll show the localized dollars. I think the biggest challenge for me right now is the fact that this budget is all full of cuts. And so it is just so difficult to be able to, what we would want, a year from now is to be able to show, here's a priority and here's how we're investing. And it's going to be very challenging right now because it's going to look like we're making so many cuts. Like, how can you say that's an investment? And I totally understand how it's going to be difficult to see. But we definitely will be able to show all of the Title III money, which is directly connected to that comes from the federal.
I appreciate that.
Thank you, trustees. Any other questions? First of all, thank you, Chief Casas and Dr. Villalpando, and Mr. Mays for your comments as well, and Dr. Elizalde. My only, it's not really a question, just an observation. First, I really appreciate calling out the systemic inequity issues here. It continues to show us that we're on this journey of being a school district and not a district of schools, or in this case, a district of programs that are not infidelity. So I really appreciate all of the questions from my colleagues around this and y'all's presentations. Thank you. Trustees, we're now going. Oh, sorry, I turned that off. Trustees, we're now going to move to the consent agenda. Trustees, are there any consent items anyone would like to pull for a separate vote? Trustee Lugo.
Yes, I would like to pull consent agenda item 11.4, contract for real estate consultant.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any other items to pull for a separate vote? Okay. Secretary Singh, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Yes, I make a motion to approve consent agenda items. Let's see, 9.1, 10.1 through 10.4. Which one? Sorry. 11.1 through 11.3, and then 11.5. And agenda items 12.1 through 12.3. Item 13.1, 14, and item 14.1.
Just want to make sure I got them right. So 9.1, 10.1 through 10.4, 11.1 through 11.3, 11.5, 12.1 to 12.3, 13.1 and 14.1.
Yep.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Trustees, is there any discussion on these consent items? Having a motion by Secretary Singh and a second by Trustee Zapata to approve consent agenda items 9.1, 10.1 through 10.4, 11.1 through 11.3, 11.5, 12.1 to 12.3, 13.1, and 14.1. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. And the motion passes by all those on the dais. So we will now move to those items pulled from the agenda, and that would be item 11.4. Trustee Singh, do we have a motion?
Yes, I move that we approve item 11.4.
Is there a second?
Second.
So trustees, any questions or comments on item 11.4? Trustee Lugo.
Yeah. So, I do have a lot of questions about this particular agenda item, and I wasn't at as the board knows, I wasn't at the information session earlier. And so it reminds me of the circumstances that a lot of our parents and community members are in, right? You're living your life, you're having to deal with family problems. I was sharing with Trustee Zapata, when I was a kid, I thought like everybody else's family was perfect except for mine. Lo and behold, that's not true. So there's all of that, right? And so was this item discussed in the information session? Was the real estate contract discussed in the information session?
I believe it was part of our agenda items, and I can't recall whether there was any specific questions.
Probably
around
not,
it.
yeah.
Yeah.
And so one of the reasons I wanted to pull it is just so that we have an opportunity for the public to understand, like, how did we get here? What's different from this, just what's different, right? Like, I am very tempted to go into how is the request for proposal written? Where's the scope of work? But if you can, in plain language, kind of just recap, why does the board have a need to vote on this item?
Thank you, Trustee Lugo, President Rodriguez, Dr. Lozalde, and trustees. Certainly happy to answer that question. So this request for proposals is essentially a resolicitation. So this originally came to the board in March of last year. And at that time, the board awarded the contract to a vendor named Alvarez & Marsal. Based on feedback that we received from the trustees at that time, we actually began to negotiate and refine that scope of work. There were several items in the scope that needed to be adjusted, including identifying and listing the facilities or sites that we would be exploring first. It also included an elaboration and detailing out the engagement process. So a variety of things were negotiated back and forth with the consulting partner. And this was in the summer of last year when everything was quite hectic as we prepared for the school year and obviously working through the pandemic. So in August of that year, in August of last year, we began to re-engage with the consultant with the refined scope of work. Shortly thereafter, we were notified that the team that had been serving within Alvarez & Marsal as the consulting partner, the ones that have the real estate consulting experience, had actually spun off and created a separate firm. And so at that point, we worked with legal, we worked with our team to figure out what should we do at this point, because that is not typical. That does not usually happen. At that time, we were also informed that Alvarez & Marsal no longer had those services. So it wasn't that the services could be provided for them and we could still maintain that contract. They just were no longer being provided. And so we were also informed around that time that an agreement had been made to subordinate the contract. Essentially, it's a reliance document. This happens. It's not typical. We worked and determined, what exposure, whether this is something we wanted to pursue or not. At that time, we felt the best, most transparent possible thing to do would be to just start over and resolicit all of it. And that takes time. So we had to reissue the documents. We had to go back to the procurement process, which takes time, typically 90 days from the moment you begin to start the process by the time you get back to the board. And so that's how we got to where we are today with a new solicitation, new partners. And I will say, however, that one of the things that's important with this process is the engagement that was required for it. And I'm not sure how many trustees know, but we have been involved in supporting the engagement process because it was led by AISD. And so to date, we've had, I think, 10 or 11 community meetings, some in Spanish, some mostly in English. And so we've been able to progress the work. So there has been an impact to the timeline. We are confident we'll be able to recover a significant portion of that because we've been able to start the engagement process. But that is the reason that we're back here today with this contract.
And then thank you for sharing that, Chief Segura. And so kind of the Cliff Notes version of the proposal that we see as an attachment, that also includes the service agreement. So, folks might know that as like a contract, but it doesn't include the scope of work. So just to refresh people's memory, walk us through what we would vote on tonight, what would happen next,
So the scope, you're voting on tonight to allow staff to enter essentially into a negotiation and finalize the agreement. The scope of work was modified based on input from the trustees to essentially be spread out over a period of time. One of the comments that we wanted to address was that we wanted to have some success before we committed to doing other sites or other projects. And so that's why there's a tiered approach to this process. Only 2 sites were identified, but 3 are included in the first phase of this contract. We would come back and identify what that third site may be, and then with input from the board, we would then start that process. But at this point, we would finalize the scope of work, and we would come back, and it would go to the board president for signature. We have submitted the scope of work on 2 different occasions to the board through a board update, but we can certainly make that available again and provide it, at any point, and certainly we'll do that.
Thank you. And one other, well, actually a couple of others. So I'm looking at the initial term, and I'm trying to recall, I should have had like a screen comparison here, but maybe you know offhand. So the original contract that we voted on last year, I want to say the cost, not only was it the term, but it was also the total budget for that contract. Wasn't that higher, right? I can't remember.
So we refined the scope, and it has.
And that's why okay.
Yeah, it's been, so one of the things that we talked about was the engagement piece. And a lot of that's been owned, as it should be, by AISD. And the way procurement works is, as you know, trustee, there's not a lot of engagement that occurs between us and the vendor until it actually comes to the board. We do not engage, we do not speak to anybody. It has to go through the procurement process. And only once the board actually votes, then are we allowed to actually engage with the vendor. And so sometimes you'll see proposals that aren't final or aren't refined because we are, through our procurement process, not able to make those adjustments. Now, certainly, once we have that feedback and we make those adjustments, then we come back through with a final agreement.
But the budget itself is what we see, is what the public would see on board docs. So that piece wouldn't change.
Yes.
It would just be some refinement of the actual services or, some tweaks here and there. And then if I weren't on the board, where would I find the scope of work? And would that have to be a public information request?
No.
It wouldn't?
Yay. Because it's a scope of work. So if you go to austinisd.org/repurposing, all of our documents are there. I believe we have a scope of work, but it doesn't look like this because it's not as dense, but we can certainly include it as attachment. It's a public document. It's a scope of work. We're more than happy to post it. But it is there, just not in this form, if that makes any sense. It's just easier to digest.
Yeah, no, that's
but
perfect.
we can link it.
And then, so again, thank you for taking the time to kind of just brief the public on this issue and engage in a conversation about it. And then one last thing for folks who might not even notice that this was on the agenda, I don't want to put words in the district's mouth, but this is how I kind of see it, right? We engaged a service provider. We engaged a real estate consultant. We knew those services were needed. That particular engagement we needed to start over. And so here we are. We went through the request for proposal, and now we have a new vendor. Presuming the full board approves this agreement, then you engage, then you refine the scope of work, and one thing that may have been lost, right, is time. But in terms of service and what we're going to get back, can you kind of talk a little bit about that?
In every process, so two points. The first is that we did lose some time. We were able to mitigate some of that by starting the engagement process, which did not include our partner, right? We need to own the engagement process. The second point is that along the way, we never had an executed agreement with this partner. It was only just a process of refining the scope of work. So though there is the opportunity to refine the scope after the board votes today, I'll tell you that very little, if anything, is expected to change because we have worked with y'all and taken y'all's input already into the scope of work and made adjustments. So we're not anticipating anything really changing materially, really whatsoever. And so I think in that way we should be able to pick up quite quickly from where we left off.
All right, that's great. And just for me, it's good to hear, like, there's no material, substantive, it's, let's get this puppy going, right? And it really is going to benefit the district and overall our community, and our loops back to serving kids. So thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Singh?
Thank you for pulling this. I had a couple of questions too. So that scope, I want to make sure, so that scope of work is available on our website right now?
Not in its current form. Like
Oh, okay.
it's just, what you'll find is an outline essentially. You won't have the details
Okay.
like that, like similar to
Got
what we
it.
sent you in the board update.
Okay.
That's a contractual scope of work, so there's gonna be a lot in there. But I am more than happy tomorrow morning
Yes.
to link that,
Okay.
put that up there.
That's fine. If someone could email it to us too, that would be cool, so we don't have to go looking for it. But I appreciate it. And then this is more of a, just taking a step back. So we're going to focus on two properties, right? That's Rosedale and the Nita Coy.
The Nita Coy site.
Site, okay. And then I just wanted to plant the seed, or just ask this general question is, do we have any kind of overall vision for all of our properties? Or are we going to just sort of do this in a piecemeal fashion? Because I'm kind of feeling like I need to know what we're moving towards here. Like, do we as a board have a vision of, the amount of revenue we might want to see generated, or the amount of social good that we want to, provide to our communities? So that's just big picture
So
question.
I will start, and I certainly don't want to speak to anything that can't be shared, but a vision and a strategy is absolutely critical. The district had not been thinking about real estate strategically for many, many years. But with the team we have now, and with the partners that we have and what we know now, we're well positioned to think about it, because you can't think of each site in isolation. They all are community assets. They all have different features and constraints and can be used for different things. So if you look at each one of them individually, then it will not accomplish what I think this board wants to accomplish.
Yeah.
So certainly we want to provide opportunities for that. A lot of it will have to be an executive session, but certainly we believe we have an outline that can start that process.
Oh,
for you.
that's so good to hear, because President Rodriguez and I had a conversation about that too, and we were thinking, like, do we need to have like a board ad hoc committee or something to kind of, start thinking big picture about this? Is it a staff kind of thing? So I would appreciate us considering this to be an agenda item from an upcoming exec session, just to think about how to approach this.
Thank you for reminding me of that. I think the other thing to just briefly say is that we have had a conversation as a board, I can't remember if it was in retreat or somewhere else, with yourself, and I looked over at Trustee Ashe, because at some point there was a thought that you all would be thinking about potentially discerning whether or not to propose a sort of real estate policy that has certain guardrails in it. But I think we just kind of said that that would be an idea that we would consider, but we haven't done anything with it yet. You all might, but I'm talking about policy from a governance level. I don't know, Dr. Elizalde, if you have any.
Yeah, sorry, but the pretend lawyer in me is feeling like we're getting a little off the actual item for discussion.
Oh,
So,
sorry.
but I was looking over at Christine, and is like, so I think we can do everything that I heard. I just didn't want to go too far.
I appreciate that.
But everything that I heard, we can absolutely undertake. I would just want to remind everyone that part of this is part of that long-range plan and the community involvement and their input about what they wanted, and not wanting to see everything at once. And so I just want to, that's all.
Thank you. Any trustees, any other questions? So having a motion by Trustee Singh and a second by Trustee Zapata to approve agenda item 11.4, all those in favor, please raise your right hand. And the motion passes by all those on the dais. We will now move to items for separate vote. Trustee Singh, do we have a motion to approve agenda item 15.1?
Sure. I move we approve item 15.1.
Is there a second?
Second.
Trustees, any discussion on agenda item 15.1?
Please, just read
Sure.
Oh.
No, go ahead.
Okay. 15.1 was the approval of an affiliation agreement and a program agreement with the University of Texas Medical Branch at Galveston, UTMB, for educational experiences for students of the School of Health Professions.
So trustees, any other discussion on this item? Hearing none and having a motion by Secretary Singh and a second by Trustee Ashe to approve agenda item 15.1, all those in favor, please raise your right hand.
Seven.
You're good with that? Okay, so the motion, I should have looked this way. The motion passes by all those on the dais. We will now recess this open meeting at 10:19 PM and move to executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.074, 551.072, 551.073, 551.087, 551.076, and 551.071. For our viewers at home, this will conclude our live broadcast. When we are finished with the executive session, we will briefly return to open session to formally adjourn the meeting, and the adjournment will be recorded and be included in all replays of tonight's meeting. So thank you for joining us and have a good evening.